Okay. I'm just waiting for the ads to come in, if at all. Yep. Chat, we'll be right back after these messages. Don't go away.
At the river mouth, the bears catch only the tasty.
コルゲンの新しい風邪薬は効き目の成分が液状になりました。で、これが体の中に入ると、ほら、ほらほらほら、早いでしょ？効
きます。コルゲン IB 透明カプセル。Respect the pouch! Respect it! Ouch!
I want some crusher, a little crusher. Milk keeps me fit and tastes so great. I want some crusher, a glass of crusher. It's tough enough to make milk shake. Add milk, or little crusher.
800-588-2300
Today.
Hey! Give me 2 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, and we're having dinner with my boss, all right? Like that.
Shake!
Like that.
Shake!
Like that. Hey, you look great.
Thanks.
A little overdressed for a barbecue.
Ford Focus.
What?
Nothing to say.
Enough room to get yourself into anything.
It's the longest, stretchiest, fruity snack around. New orange fruit winders from Kellogg's. In 3 fruity flavors. New Kellogg's real fruit winders. Unwind the fruity fun forever.
Whoa, Pops!
Micro Pops for Micro Licks.
歌いでカラオケ。はい、歌詞が出るんです。もうちょっと歌ってください。カラオケできる携帯 au by KDDI.
Welcome back from the ad breaks, chat. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing all right. I'm doing relatively okay. I haven't done much, but I had my breakfast, I had my lunch, you know, the usual. But happy Mother's Day to all of the hardworking mothers out there. I already wished my mom a happy Mother's Day as well. I do feel bad not being able to do anything special for Mother's Day, but look, we're living in some difficult times, okay? I think I'm allowed to be given a break, just this once. Like, if you personally feel like you're not able to do anything for your mother specifically, that's totally fine. I get it. Most of us do not have that kind of disposable income to you know, look after our moms and stuff. Like, we kind of just have to work with what we have. It's not ideal. Hell, none of it is. None of it's ideal. But, you know, it's not like we can't do anything. It's not like nothing can be done. We can do something for sure. It's just going to take a lot of time and effort on our part, right? I think that makes the most sense. Honestly, at the moment, I'm just waiting for someone to hopefully arrive. Anyone really? I'm trying to think of a good question that I could probably ask. That I could think of at least. What's your favorite song? What's been your favorite song as of late? And who is it by? I'm definitely curious about that. Like, you know, who's your favorite artist? And who's performed it? For me, that's gosh, this is a difficult question. Difficult mainly because I haven't listened to too much music as of late, but I guess right now, I think just off the top of my head, TV Off by Kendrick Lamar is probably a favorite at the moment, maybe. Hello, Mr. Nielsen. Welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm just hanging out at the moment. I totally just wasn't sitting here waiting for someone to come by. I don't know. Maybe this is me. Oh, actually, I just realized how many VODs have I managed to... I need to check. Okay, so... I'm having some network issues, so... I'm having some network issues, so I can't be behind. That's okay. That's okay, Mr. Nielsen. Look, there's nothing wrong with being behind. Totally nothing wrong with that. I'm sorry. I had to do it. I had to do it. Oh my god. Man. Oh god, that was too good. Dear. Yeah. Dear. Okay, so what I was meant to say is, so far I've uploaded up to, I think, the 16th of April. All of the VODs from this year have been uploaded so far. Most of them, not all of them. Most of the VODs from this year have been uploaded. I've just got, I think, from the 20th of April to the 7th of May. And more than likely this VOD as well. So I've got a lot of catching up to do. But, I'm just uploading like 4 VODs at a time. And thankfully I'm not streaming on Monday or Tuesday because I'm going to be busy on those days. I got a job interview lined up on Monday mainly because the current job I accepted, like so far I just got 2 shifts during those 2 weeks, and they're both on Saturday, and it's not like the same day thing. I got 1 shift Saturday and then I got 1 shift next Saturday, and I'm just like, that's not gonna pay me enough. I'm gonna need more shifts than that. So if there is a chance I get hired if I get hired after this job interview, I don't know, maybe there's a chance. Yeah, maybe there's a chance I'll get hired from that hotel and work that second job on the side, or I might have to quit that one a little early and just mainly work at the hotel job, which I think is full-time, so I might have to go on hiatus for a bit until I'm able to figure out a way to... yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot I'm having to deal with right now, and I just want to move. I just want to be able to move so bad, you know. But you know what? It takes time, and honestly, it's gonna take a lot of people, a lot of support for sure. But I have a feeling of what I'm gonna try to do next. And you know what? If getting hired by the hotel doesn't work out, then I'm going to try to focus on this. I'm going to have to make a TikTok account for my clips and just post all the clips there. Try to post on a consistent basis and whatnot. You know, try to do that every day. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. I can already tell. I have to do that. I have to post on YouTube, and so yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have a lot to do. I have a lot on my hands. Thought you already had an account? Okay, this is a little complicated because... You know what? I'm going to check. I'm going to check for myself. Because I genuinely don't remember if I still have an account on here. I'm going to try... No, I need to go back here. Okay. So, come to find out... No, you're right. I do have an account. I do have an account on here. I think it's just that I have not used it in so long simply because of the fact that, like, it's a... So... Clips. Alright. This is gonna take me a minute. Actually, wait, no, let me try to... Oh, God. Well, this is a little embarrassing, but yeah, no, you're right. I do have a TikTok account on here. It's just that I haven't used it in so long. I kind of figured, yeah, I don't really feel like using this right now because of... there's just too much going on. There's too much going on in the world for me to worry about TikTok. I'll at least try to... Okay, why won't it let me... confirm? Oh my God, what the fuck? Yeah. Okay. I see what it wants. Okay, so... No, you're right. I do have an account on here. It's just that I have not used it. And I already got to remove like 2 fucking people. Yeah. There we go. There we go. So yeah, that's awkward. Can I at least apply? Okay, thank you. Oh my god, okay. I'm gonna need to do something about this. I'm gonna need to do something about this, for sure. Oh my god. Post. There we go. Okay. Okay, at least the profile's been updated, but okay, there we go. Yeah, I've not used this in so long. Oh my god, okay. There we go. Okay, the lag spikes are only increasing here. I need to bow out. Okay, Mr. Nielsen, I understand. I hope you have a great rest of your day. That's all I'm gonna hope for. Oh my god. Okay. Well, I'm back on TikTok, so that's something. I'm just gonna need to figure out a way to like post clips and shit somehow. I genuinely don't know how.
Big red super chat from Mata Terry.
Hello, Kibo. Welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. Okay. So, come to find out, I do have a TikTok. I do have a TikTok account. I just forgot that it was linked to my Google account. Yeah, that's awkward. So, after doing a little bit of rebranding, yes, I will post there after stream. I'll try to post a couple clips after stream and whatnot. I'll try. But here's the thing, bro. There's like there's not just a lot of clips. There's still some VODs I need to upload to YouTube as well. So hopefully that makes sense. In the meantime, feel free to send me some videos you want me to watch here. So, let's get the show on the road. And since you missed it, I'm just letting you know now. Tomorrow and Tuesday, I'm not going to be on stream. Monday, I got another job interview because the current job that I got, right? There's not going to be enough. There's probably not going to be enough shifts for me to get, right? It's looking like I'm only going to get one per week so far. I'm not sure if that's the case. So right now I'm kind of just like, I'm thinking about two possibilities, okay? If I get the job after the job interview at another place, probably going to mainly be working there full time, go on hiatus from streaming for a bit, and, just get my money, right? Just get my money, and yeah. So there's that. But if I don't get the job from after that job interview, I'll mainly work at that one job and figure out and mainly focus on this. Mainly focus on streaming and posting clips on TikTok and whatnot. So, yeah, that's gonna happen for sure. It's not a huge loss either way. I'm just like preparing for either or scenario. Hopefully that helps. Okay. I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and watch the first video that comes up here for me. Okay. The Wild Evolution of MP3s, from MP3 CDs to Pocket Players by Harke, I think. Because there's no Y at the end, but there's not another E at the end either. And anyway, let's go. Oh god. Okay, I forgot what browser capture is not on. Okay. Wild evolution of MP3s, from MP3 CDs to Pocket Players. Let's try this again, since I forgot that was muted. Okay, here we go.
Do you know what these are? If you guessed audio CDs burned in the early 2000s,
that's exactly what I was gonna guess.
You are mostly right.
I mean, fair enough. Elaborate, please.
But these are MP3 CDs, which were basically the cheat code to fitting almost a whole music library on a single disc back in the early 2000s.
MP3 CDs. That's actually kind of cool. Man, that sounded like a really cool distribution idea back in the day, I imagine.
Well, obviously not a single disc.
Right.
Today in the Emporium, we're going to discuss the history and lore of the MP3 file format and discover who the mother of MP3 was. We'll also relive the nostalgia of MP3 CD players, burn our own MP3 CD, and then take it for a test drive in the real world to see how it holds up.
To start off, we are going to take a fun and nostalgic look at two early-ish MP3 devices.
Early-ish, I think that's fair. But also, SanDisk? Ooh, look at that nugget. Look at that little nugget. that looks like an absolute nugget right there.
This is the SanDisk STM-X1 and the RCA RP2480 MP.
Ooh, fuck it. You know you were the cool kid when you had the Vans off the wall sticker on your CD player. Man, I would have killed to have that kind of CD player. I would have killed to have that kind of sticker regardless.
MP3 CD player. This is the SanDisk STM-X1, the device that got me through some very questionable music choices.
You know what? I don't want to know what questionable music choices. What? Yeah, I really don't know what music would. I really don't know what would have been questionable, but I'm sure there's a few.
Actually, that's a lie, because I pretty much still listen to all the same music now, so, yeah.
God damn. You got me there.
Beautiful blue and silver facade. And it had, wait for it, a whopping 512 megabytes of storage.
500... Wait a minute. Hang on a minute. I got an iPod. I'm going to check the settings real quick, because I don't know what the storage size on this is. I think it's... No? About... Okay. My iPod at the moment, I think it holds 125 gigabytes? I don't know how... Okay, so the current iPod I have, let me add this up, just to make sure I don't look like a complete idiot. Okay, 0.4, 65.1. Okay, so my iPod holds about 112 gigabytes, 125 gigabytes, give or take. So it's a lot more data than 512 megabytes for sure.
Half of the songs on here probably got cut off or had weird artifacts because I may or may not have downloaded them off of Kazaa or
Fucking Kazaa, man. Oh God, who remembers that?
LimeWire.
Oh no, LimeWire, that's even worse. Wait a minute. Is LimeWire even still a thing? Oh my God. No way. LimeWire is actually still a thing, but like it's not as like a peer-to-peer sharing client. It's more of like a secure file upload platform, which is boo. Fucking boo, man. Why can't we have this LimeWire? Fucking A.
Before we go any further, let's take a step back and talk about the history of the MP3 file format.
MP3 or MPEG audio layer 3.
MPEG? God, I could have read that as MPREG. Oh God, MPREG. Oh no. An MPREG audio file. Oh God. Oh God. That's a bit graphic. It's a bit of a graphic descriptor.
Was first developed in the early 90s by the Fraunhofer Society, and it quickly became the go-to format for compressing digital audio files. But it wasn't until Napster came on the scene in 1999 that MP3s truly took off. Suddenly, the ability to download music for free, albeit illegally, blew the music industry wide open.
Indeed it did.
Now here's where things get interesting. Have you ever heard of the Suzanne Vega song, Tom's Diner?
Wait, let me go back.
Where things get interesting. Have you ever heard of the Suzanne Vega song, Tom's Diner?
Suzanne Vega, Tom's Diner. I haven't, but if it's off an album, I might need to get that. I may need to get that album.
Well, whether you realize it or not, it played a crucial role in the birth of the MP3. One of the lead developers of the MP3 format, Karl-Heinz Bredenberg, hopefully I didn't completely butcher that.
No, I think you did fine.
Used an a cappella version of Tom's Diner to test the compression algorithm for MP3s. Bredenberg basically listened to that song again and again, tweaking the algorithm each time. Poor Suzanne's voice probably kept sounding weird in the early versions of the MP3 format.
Probably, yeah.
Eventually, after hearing, I am sitting in the morning at the diner on the corner, more times than anyone ever should, Bredenberg perfected the compression, and the MP3 format was born.
Yay! And that's how we got the MP3.
He even went on to call Suzanne Vega the mother of MP3.
Suzanne Vega, the mother of MP3. I don't think I would ever want to claim that title, even if I was called the father of MP3. No way. I don't know about that one.
Carrying around a wallet full of CDs wasn't exactly convenient. High School Musical. MP3s could reduce file sizes by around 90%, meaning that you could suddenly fit hundreds of songs on a device the size of a thumb drive. Yeah, that was me in 2005, totally unaware that Tom's Diner was literally the song that helped shape the future of digital music. Now let's go back to talking about my adorable MP3 player, and we're going to do a little close-up here. It came with a protective covering. Mine has seen better days. It's looking pretty yellowed, but it was well-loved. We are going to disrobe the MP3 player and take a look at its specifications.
Disrobe, you say? Oh, God. Could an MP3 player really look sexy? I don't know. I don't know. Even if it's even in its current casing, I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Mine came with 512 megabytes of storage, but I believe there was a 1 gigabyte version if you were fancy. It supported MP3 and WMA files, and you could load it up via USB 2.0. It had a backlit LCD screen. And the first song that is playing is Phantom of the Opera by Me First and the Gimme Gimmes.
What? You know what? Not even gonna ask. Not even gonna ask.
I haven't actually used this MP3 player since probably around 2007 when I upgraded, so everything on here is exactly as I left it. I would love to play some of the songs, but I don't want to get copyright strikes.
I can't play the music. I created a playlist containing most of the songs in this time capsule. Highlights include
Newfound Glory, Coheed and Cambria, System of a Down, Ally and AJ, Everly Brothers, Jesse McCartney, Linkin Park, Tsunami Bomb, Buddy Holly. I was obsessed with Buddy Holly.
You can find the playlist link for Spotify and Apple Music in the description below.
Yay! She made a playlist of all the music she listened to on the old MP3 player. Nice.
Oh,
there are also quite a few songs that I had on here that I recorded.
One of them is a song I wrote and recorded almost 20 years ago called 10 Reasons. Considering we recorded it in my bedroom on a thrift store drum kit, I think it sounds pretty good.
That's
Yeah.
what I really loved about these MP3
That does
players
sound
is
pretty
when
dang
I was
good.
younger and working on
Shit.
music, I loved to be able to just finish a song, export it, plug this in and pop it on here, and then be out the door, able to listen to what I had just recorded and review it. 512 megabytes might sound like a decent amount for an MP3 player in 2005, but let's break that down. At an average bit rate of 128 kilobits per second, one song would take up about 4 megabytes.
Wait, one song would take out 4 megabytes? And you have to... Okay, hold on a minute. You have 512 megabytes to work with. Each song, 4 megabytes. You're getting about, like, 128 songs. That's not a lot. It is enough for, like, I don't know, 10 albums maybe, but it's not a lot for... It isn't a lot by modern standards. I'll say that. It's not a lot of music by modern standards.
That means you could fit roughly 120 songs on here. That makes sense because as we can... Oh, it's turning off. Let's turn it back on. You gotta be kidding me. I don't know what it is with me filming videos and having devices die during the video. Even though I have been using this MP3 player...
MP3 player randomly stopped working and made me... We could tell.
For days leading up to this video, it died and then wouldn't turn back on during filming. I tried a few troubleshooting techniques like hitting it just right, taking the battery in and out, changing the battery, a bowl of rice. Randomly started working again. So, moving on. Isn't that part of the fun of messing with retro technology? You never know when they're going to work or when they're just going to give you the silent treatment.
For those of you who love the technical side of these devices, here's an overview of the menu system and options for this MP3 player.
When you loaded music on it, you could put your music in different folders, and then you could actually peruse the folders individually to find the music. There was the record button for if you wanted to record a voice memo. There was a tiny little microphone here. One thing that I thought was really cool at the time was that it actually showed you the audio quality on the player. So this one, for example, was 192 kilobits per second quality. It was an MP3. Usually people don't even wonder about any of that anymore. You could turn up
Huh.
or down the play speed, which I found particularly helpful for learning songs on the guitar. Here's what the EQ settings looked like, and you could go through and there were presets, or you could make some custom EQ settings.
Huh. Custom EQ settings on an MP3 player. Wow. Custom. I mean, VLC kind of. VLC does technically have that. Apple kind of has that as well now, with like their iPhones and stuff. Huh. Damn. I mean, for the time, it's actually pretty cool having like EQ settings on an MP3 player. A lot of them, I imagine, didn't have EQ settings, and they kind of just mainly worked to like play music off of them. I imagine. I digress.
Settings. You could turn up or down the contrast. I'm going to turn it up. Oh, goodbye.
Yep.
You could have the level
Goodbye.
to show the audio levels, the progress bar, the equalizer, or the volume. Here it shows us the software version,
Okay.
which was loaded in 2005.
Now let's use the proverbial time machine to go back in time and relive the glory days of MP3 CD players.
This is my RCA RP2480 compact.
MP3 CD players.
This is my RCA
RCA RP2480. Well, that's great. Now you make me want to look for one. $24.80. Holy shit! Ooh. Oh, no. How is there one left on Amazon? Although I don't really imagine people wanting to buy that one in particular. Any other ones that might be around? Okay, there's a listing on eBay for it. That's cool. I don't know about you guys. I'm still pretty happy about my iPod. I'm still pretty happy with my iPod. But it's cool to know that they're still out there.
P2480 compact disc player, and it could play just normal CDs, but it could also read MP3 CDs, which the difference was that instead of burning directly to the CD, the straight audio files, you actually would take your MP3s, put them in some semblance of a file structure with folders, and then burn it as a data CD from your computer. And you were able to go through the files and folders much like you would on your MP3 player.
Right.
And what was nice about that is it allowed you some more leeway with how you wanted to organize your music, and you could also fit a little bit more on one CD if you lowered the quality of the MP3s that you were burning. You know, because nothing says convenience like carrying around a full CD player just to listen to digital files. Should we burn an MP3 CD?
Sure, let's go for it.
Let's fire up my old computer and make an MP3 CD and relive the process, just for fun.
Why not? Why not?
We are going to log in to Windows XP. I have my USB 2.0 cable, and I'm
Oh,
just going to
God.
plug it in and plug my MP3 player in and relive the glory days of 2005. It has this cute little computer screen.
Aw.
That is so adorable. Let's just open up the folder to see what we were working with. So this would have been considered the root folder of the drive. We
Okay.
were just going to take these folders and copy them over to my music drive.
Music
I'm gonna
folder,
use
got it.
these files to make an MP3 CD for my MP3 CD player.
Okay.
Now it's pretty simple. We're just going to take the folder that contains all of our folders full of music, and we're going to go send to CD drive.
Nice.
So we have our files ready for our MP3 CD. If only I had some CDRs. Yay! Some CDRs!
She's got more CDRs than I do. Like, the weird thing is that, like, I wish I had CDRs, but then at the same time, I'm also like, I don't have a CD drive either. Now that I think about it, the computer I'm working with, it doesn't come with the CDR. now that I've like retired the older PC that I got, I don't know what to do with this thing. Oh god, I don't know what to do. I'll probably get one in the future, maybe. I don't know.
And we're just going to write these files to CD. We'll call it MP3 CD 2024. And now we have to burn it and wait. Our disk is finished burning with the MP3s on it. So now let's put this in the MP3 CD player.
Again, that just looks so cool. That MP3 that CD player just looks so cool with that off the wall sticker. Seriously. I'm envious, to say the least. Thank you for the clip, Kibo. Always appreciate it.
First off, it makes some really cool, almost computer-like noises. You can
Nice.
see our root folder, which was called Music for MP3.
Okay.
And here are the folders.
Ooh.
Having this was really cool, and it was kind of the first adventure into MP3 players as I knew them in the early 2000s.
Right.
I loved this CD player. I haven't used the CD player in almost 2 decades, so I decided to give it a real-world test and take it on a walk. Here I am,
Yay.
enjoying my mid-2000s music on my early 2000s CD player. In 2024, do I think that you should take the time to bring out your old MP3 CD player, make an MP3 CD, and listen to it instead of your phone? Absolutely I do. There's some...
Yeah, no kidding. Although, again, similar kind of... I would kind of... Okay. If you want to carry around a CD player and listen to music that way through having an MP3 CD with you, then you can do it that way, but I kind of prefer having an iPod. I'm able to utilize my phone for separate tasks other than music, and then have the iPod specifically used for listening to music. So, there you go.
Something so grounding to me, being intentional in choosing which music you want to put on it. And as much as it might seem pointless, I still find it to be an enjoyable experience. So now I'm going to turn off my phone and enjoy the rest of my walk, just me and the CD player.
Hell yeah.
And as much as we can laugh about how clunky and weird these old devices were, there's something nostalgic about the simplicity. These MP3 players, whether it was my trusty old SanDisk or the Zune we all secretly envied, they all remind me of a time when digital music was a luxury, not an expectation.
Yeah.
And now we've got streaming, instant access to millions of songs, no storage worries. But back then we may do, and in some ways, that was kind of magical. All right, thank you for joining me on this little nostalgic trip. If you've got an old MP3 player sitting around, let me know what it is in the comments. I want to know what your first music device was. And thank you for watching today's episode of Crazy Hark's Amazing Emporium.
Harks.
Total
Okay.
retro madness.
That's how it's
And
pronounced.
sometimes other things too.
And sometimes other things. Okay. That was a great video. Hark. Alright. So it was pronounced Hark. My bad. Is my bad. Alright. Let's see what other videos. Trying to see if there's a different video that I might not have watched yet. There's probably one here. Here we go. Can't believe I forgot this one.
Hello.
Okay. Okay, we're back to watching. Excuse me. Inga Lamb. I only made Bridgerton foods for 24 hours, the ultimate afternoon tea. Ooh, okay. You know what, let me bring the quality down here. There we go. Perfect.
Hello. For the next
I did send a short one that is a little silly. I'll watch that one after this one.
24 hours, I will be making foods from Netflix's Bridgerton. I tried to dress for the occasion, hence the very floral, very flowery, pastel-colored dress. Just one of the many things I love about Bridgerton. Something about period dramas, the beauty, romance, the juicy stuff. They have it all. I will confess, I immediately watched part 1 of season 3 the day it dropped. I am a huge fan of pollen. I love this friend to lovers trope. I'm a sucker for it. What can I say? If you want to talk about Bridgerton, I got all day. But yes, as somebody who has binge watched all seasons as they come out, I've just always wanted to make a video where I kind of just celebrate the beauty that is Bridgerton. If you've watched all the seasons of Bridgerton, including the spin-off with Queen Charlotte, you'll realize they're almost always constantly surrounded by food, even if...
I mean, that's kind of obvious. Like, look, that table has a bunch of food on there. It's like cakes, snacks. I think there's like a couple limes there. There's probably a cookie there in that cup. Roses and shit. There's just a lot. There's a lot of food in that scene. So I've noticed.
If they're not eating it, the food is always there. Beautiful platters of food, like full table displays. So I kind of wanted to draw on that a little bit. And especially because I'm seeing a lot of cakes, a lot of biscuits, a lot of tea. Both kinds of tea. I thought...
both kinds of tea. As one does.
It'd be fun if we did an afternoon tea situation. Even though historically afternoon tea wasn't really popularized until the Victorian era, I feel like we're going less for historical accuracy and more for just the Bridgerton universe inspired goodies.
I mean, I guess that makes sense. I'm not sure about the historical accuracy of an afternoon tea as one does. No, that's a fucking feast for... That's a fucking feast for royalty. And I think we already know how the French feel about royalty. Anyways, I digress.
A Bridgerton-inspired afternoon tea, and I've curated a very special afternoon tea set with a lot of research and some help from the official Bridgerton Guide to Entertaining Books.
Wait, there's an official Bridgerton book? What the fuck?
First things first, as always, let's go shopping.
Yay! Now I have to go shopping. Heading straight to this British specialty store. Makes sense. Spread aisle, of course. Yorkshire Gold tea. Pie. Ron, is that you? I don't know. There's just a lot of... There's a lot of British shit in one store. Fig and honey chutney. Huh. Of course. Shortbread rounds. Bruh. No. Just... Me personally, no. My wallet would... just looking at this tea set, I would be committing war crimes against my wallet if I purchased that. No. Very, very tempted by this Bridgerton set. Of course. As one is. But the quice quickly burst. $119.95. Yeah. His wallet would... Yeah. Yeah, it would be dead. It would absolutely be dead. $119.95. Girl, no. Don't do it. No. Bought some glassware. I mean, I guess that's okay. Glassware should be fine. Hunt down the florals. Right. edible kind, of course. Right. And at the very last minute, perfect teapot and tablecloth match. Oh my god. Why would you do this?
Good morning. We are starting off bright and early today because there is a lot to do. So, as mentioned, I have curated a very special afternoon tea set that's going to feature 9 food items.
9 food items here? Oh boy. Little queen cakes, vanilla and chocolate shortbread rounds, millet, foil. I'm sorry if I butchered that. It happens. Zesty lemon cake, mango yogurt pudding, lady charlotte cake, crumpets with salted honey butter, kipper toasts, cucumber sandwiches. Oh god. Of course. And then for the refreshments, proper English tea and Regency era lemonade.
And 2 drinks.
Whoa.
Does it feel a little ambitious? Absolutely, yes. But again, it is Bridgerton. It draws from the Regency era, like upper class, where they kind of go for extravagance. So extravagance.
Yep.
It is.
Extravagance.
Food items a little bit
That's
more.
right.
I've separated them into 3 categories. The first category is our little like sweet bites. This is where you're gonna get the mini cakes, you know, the cookies / biscuits. The second category is what I'm calling the showstoppers. Essentially, my standalone cakes or puddings. And then for our last category, we have the savory bites. So this is where the little tea sandwiches come in. So yes, there is quite a lot to do, and also explains why this has been a week-long process, but I'm excited. I love this kind of stuff. Love making sweets, love baking. I hope you're just as excited as me to see the final spread. I also want to do more of these 24-hour challenges, so if you like them, stick around, subscribe. Would love to hear your thoughts. Starting off with our sweet bites. The first thing we're making today are called these little queen cakes. What's really cool about this one is that there is actually a recorded recipe that dates back to the early 18th century from this book called Court Cookery by...
Court Cookery, okay. So at least she has a recipe from that era, from that time. That's something.
I think it was published in 1725. How cool is that? But also because ingredients like mace and orange flower water might not be the most accessible for most of us, I'm going to make a modern interpretation of it that hopefully all of you can try making at home. Starting off with some butter, super soft already.
Okay.
Sugar.
That's some whipped butter right there. That's definitely some whipped butter. And she's adding... Okay. I need to chill.
Now to add in the eggs.
Nice.
One at a time. It's really just like making cupcakes so far, right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Bit of lemon zest. A little heavy-handed on the zest here. Just because I love that burst of citrus.
Right.
Adding some flour, some salt, baking powder. That's what it looks like so far.
Okay.
The thing that makes these little queen cakes are curds, which for us are raisins. Which if you don't love raisins...
Oh, okay, curds or raisins. Got it.
You could totally swap it out for chocolate chips, but for research purposes, we're going to stick to raisins today. Right. Just going to add all of that in there. Wow, that's a lot. Can you imagine soaking this in rum first? That'd be pretty good. And we're just going to mix that in.
I don't know if soaking them in rum is a good idea. I mean, maybe during the baking process, the rum kind of dissipates. I'm not sure. All I know is I wouldn't want to get drunk. All I know for certain is I wouldn't want to get drunk off my ass after eating a cake. I don't know.
There it is, our little queen cake batter. I have this cupcake pan that I've already greased.
Ooh, all right.
Scoop this batter in there. Whoop.
Okay. So far, so good.
There you go. Did I make these because they're called little queen cakes and is kind of like fitting for the Bridgerton theme? Maybe. Into the oven. Should be around 20 minutes or so. So I'm going to let that cook and we're going to move on to our next treat. Alright, one
Next
down,
one.
8 more to go. The next treat I have planned are some shortbread cookies, which shortbread to me just feels very English. Technically Scottish, but you know, it's in that.
Dear Lord, that price. Yeah. Mm-hmm. My thoughts exactly. $120 for a tea set? No. Oh wait, you're looking at something else. Hang on. $34.99? Whoa. $34.99 for black currants? No. God, no. Oh, no. Oh, my God. I mean, yeah, they're good for you, sure, but like, bro, $34.99, that's too much. Oh. 3 pounds. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. For 3 pounds of that? Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm trying to keep it together. I really am.
That realm of tea parties, and it's just like a very good biscuit to have with tea. And also, when I was planning out this menu, I literally scrolled through all seasons of Bridgerton, like every single episode, and essentially took a screenshot every time there was food on screen. And there's this one shot where
Nice.
Daphne's at the table, and you just see this spread of desserts behind her. And if you zoom in a little bit, you'll see this plate of what looks like vanilla and chocolate shortbread cookies. So that's what inspired me to make these
Okay,
shortbread
that makes a bit more
biscuits. I
sense.
actually bought this box of shortbread rounds just so I could have something as a reference. This is what we call culinary research, right? They're fairly big
Right.
cookies. Look at that. It's like a eye patch. You know, like when you walk past a bakery and it just smells delightfully buttery? That's exactly what this smells like. So buttery, both in flavor and texture. Honestly, you could just buy it and call it a day. But I did make a chocolate version earlier this week. I feel like the key to giving it this like melt in your mouth kind of buttery texture really is using powdered sugar and a lot of butter. So that's what I'm combining here. Beating my butter and my powdered sugar together until there's no lumps anymore. Then I'm slowly sifting in some flour and the cocoa powder. Sifting it is important here because it ensures that your cookie is just buttery smooth. Also adding in some salt to balance it out a little bit. And it's a little bit crumbly at first, but you can slowly see it come together. I'm just using my hand eventually. It looks a little bit like I'm doing pottery, but that's the idea. Once it forms into a dough, I'm just gently rolling it into a log shape, which I then popped into the fridge. And that's what brings me to today. I have my very firm chocolate log, which we're gonna slice up and bake. Cookie for reference. Oh my God. Oh no!
No.
Dough is pretty firm. Smells very chocolatey though. But alright. Sort of uneven. But this one kind of looks like it.
They do look pretty similar, I gotta give you that. For sure.
Here we are.
But now comes the crucial step in them being baked.
Chocolate shortbreads ready to go. I think I have 2 minutes left on the queen cakes. Once that's done, we're gonna swap places with these cookies. Excuse me, biscuits.
Biscuits. There you go.
Hot. They look nice though. Got some color on there. Everything just smells so buttery and good. Cookies now going in.
Yay.
15 minutes. Alright, let's see if I can unmold these cakes and let it cool. Very hot, but they do look a little more rustic. But it kind of fits the vibe, I feel. They smell like warm, buttery scones. I'm gonna let this cool and then maybe kind of just dust some powdered sugar on there. You remember that moment where
Chat, we'll be right back after these messages. Don't go away.
Here's an incredible deal and a great holiday gift. This popular scooter free with the purchase of any mattress set. John B. Schultz features the all-new no-flip Beauty Rest mattress. Hands down, the world's most comfortable mattress. In fact, we're sure you'll love the comfort and support of Simmons Beauty Rest. If not, we'll give you your money back. Free delivery, free setup, and for a limited time, this scooter free. What are you waiting for? John B. Schultz Furniture on West 8th Street.
When you're looking for local quality tradesmen, it's important to find the right one. At Checkatrade, all our tradesmen are interviewed and recommended. We check their references, qualifications, and insurances, and continually monitor their workmanship and the service they provide through customer feedback. For local quality tradesmen, visit checkatrade.com today.
Checkatrade.com.
At the river mouth, the bears catch only the tastiest, most tender salmon, which is exactly what we at John West want.
Oh, look, an eagle!
John West endured the worst to bring you the best.
I am Alexander, founder of CompareTheMeerkat.com, where we compare meerkats. Size, hobbies, you know. But lately we get many people looking for car insurance. People looking for CompareTheMarket.com. I cannot find you cheap car insurance. For Compare Meerkats, come to CompareTheMeerkat.com. For easy way to save on car insurance, please go to CompareTheMarket.com. Simples.
ふんわりニュービーズは洗うだけでふんわり柔らかいい香り。ふんわりいい香り。さっぱり。ふんわりニュービーズ新発売。ただいま。ママ。何？
I want some crusher, a little crusher. No added sugar, it tastes so great. I want some crusher, a glass of crusher. It's tough enough to make milkshake. Add milk, or we'll crusher.
Come. Welcome back from the ad breaks chat. My apologies for the absence. It's all good. Anyway, let me go ahead. Yep, the redeems work, which is good. That's a plus. Oh, and the Kibo ads. Floor and Decor, Mattress Firm, CarMax, Red Lobster, Lobster Lover's Dream. Red Lobster, Lobster Lover's Dream. VRST Sportswear, Final Destination Bloodlines, X Program Quit Nicotine, and Universal Orlando Resorts. Nice. Anyway.
Eats that little cake, and then Colin just stares at her, hyper-focused on her lips or something.
That scene looks so goofy. Hang on. She eats the cake. He just looks so agape. He's like, duh. I got the bone. Oh, I got the bone. I don't know why this looks so dumb.
Focused on her lips or something. I'm just saying, this could be it. Moving on to our third treat, I'm making some milfoy. I had to double check the pronunciation on that. My French Duolingo has helped a little bit, but going back to the most recent season, milfoy was the only dessert that was verbally mentioned. This is the treat that is Lord Samadani's favorite. And even if Lord Samadani is not our favorite because we greatly prefer John,
We greatly prefer John. Okay. Fair. Look, I don't know what the fuck's going on in that show. Everyone in the Regency era might as well have been boning each other for all I know. Anyway.
I love milfoy, so I have some
Milfoy. Okay, that's how it's pronounced. Got it.
store-bought puff pastry sheets here that we're going to bake into those iconic layers of the dessert. You know, like the pastry cream, pastry cream.
Nice.
Goodness. It's a little bigger than I thought. Oh no, it's perfect. Now to prevent it from
it is. Okay.
I'm just going to poke holes into it. Therapeutic. Ha 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 ha. Some sugar over there. Just going to cover it up with some parchment paper, some foil. I'm going to use this other baking tray to sort of squish it down. Apply some pressure on there. Because you know how puff pastry, like its namesake, kind of just puffs up like crazy? So this should help kind of maintain it a little bit. Check on this in like 15 minutes. I forgot to say that the cookies are done. This is what they look like.
Ooh, wait. Those actually look pretty good. I gotta give her credit. Those look pretty good. Mille is 1,000. Bruh. No way in hell am I ever buying Mille. That is too much money. That is too much money for anyone nowadays.
They're a little soft right now because...
So it's like it's like 1,000 layers. Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
They're still hot from the oven. I'm going to let them cool a little bit.
Hello, Raven. Welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. We're watching someone make foods from Bridgerton for 24 hours. So it's going well so far. They made they made the muffins. They're making the chocolate shortbread cookies. They made the chocolate shortbread cookies, but they gotta let them cool now. Now they're making the Mille, which is apparently got like 1,000 layers. You got like the pastry cream, pastry cream, pastry. Something to that effect.
They become pretty massive. Let's see. Continue cooking until brown.
Oh no,
right.
she has to keep cooking it.
The pastry is now ready. This is what
Okay.
That color is exactly what I was looking for.
That is a gorgeous golden brown. That is a gorgeous golden brown right there. Hell
See
yeah.
that I try to cut it into 4 rectangles? Ooh, it smells. I feel like I've just been smelling butter all day. I'm gonna smell like butter after today. I feel like the thickness looks pretty good. You know how sometimes it's so thick that it's like impossible to eat? But this looks pretty manageable. Now to make sure that it's in even sizes. So let me try. Uniform sizes. Cut off the edge pieces here.
Okay.
That's a good thickness. Excuse me, I'll
Alright.
take a bite. Delicious. Gonna try to cut it into 4s.
Ooh, alright. Cutting into 4.
Now we have these nice little
Good.
stacks.
Yeah, that is a mean crunch right there. Hell yeah. That's pretty mean crunch. I gotta give him that.
This is looking pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and
Nice.
cut up the rest of these. Pastry cream, on the other hand, I have also made beforehand. A lot of these things just require preparation days in advance. So in this saucepan, I have some milk, sugar, salt. I'm using this special vanilla bourbon that I actually got in France. This is the closest thing I had to vanilla bean. And while that's going, I'm doing the custard base. Egg yolks, some milk, and cornstarch. And the next thing I'm doing here is just like tempering the mixture a little bit, adding in a little bit of the hot milk each time. Once that's all mixed in, I'm just pouring it back into the saucepan. And this next part is the part where it becomes like an arm workout until the mixture thickens like quite considerably. This actually happened like super fast, probably because of the cornstarch. This is also where I'm adding in some butter, which will help with that sort of like velvety smooth. Straining it again because I really want that like silky mouthfeel.
Yes.
Silky smooth is the theme of today. Last thing to do is really just to cover it on top with cling wrap so no skin forms, which brings me to today, where I have just put the pastry cream into this piping bag.
Yay! Alright. Hell yeah. Smart. Why do we keep saying that, like, putting custard into a piping bag is a smart idea? Like, it's the only good, reasonable kind. It's a smart idea, alright? It's a smart idea.
It's ready for piping. Okay, so let's try. 1, 2.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
No mess. Look, it doesn't matter if you're cooking or baking, there's going to be a little bit of a mess, alright? But in this case, I wouldn't mind this kind of mess at all. I don't mind this kind of mess at all. Ooh.
Oh, it looks good. There you go. There you go. Milfoy. Oh, I'm so happy. This looks fantastic. Look at that. It is very like precarious though, so maybe I should not be doing it like that.
Yeah, that's the milfoy looks like it could come collapsing at any moment. So be careful with that.
It also seems a little big, doesn't it? I'm going to half the next ones, but I'll dust this in sugar so you can see what it looks like, the final product.
All right.
Let me show you the vision. Just dust it on top like so, and that's it. You could put raspberries if you want, but I feel like we already have a lot of berries going on. I'm gonna go ahead and build on the rest, then we can move on to our showstoppers. This is only the third of the sweet treats. Why does it feel so... I should have built in another day.
Yep.
Okay, our sweet treats are now complete. 3 down, 6 more to go. But this next category is probably my favorite. These are our showstoppers, the table centerpieces. I will be making some very delicious cakes, starting with the lemon cake. If you remember from season 2, this is the lemon cake that the Bridgerton family jeweler is obsessed
Lemon
with.
cake.
He literally walks into the room and asks, "Is that cake?" and just goes straight for it. I love that.
Of course. The jeweler is always gonna... Of course the jeweler goes for a cake. He probably hasn't eaten in a while. Who knows?
I would probably do the same thing. And so, lemon cake it is. So looking at the photo of this lemon cake, it's like a 2-tiered layer cake with some icing and curd in between.
Icing curd filling with like a little bit of icing on top. Maybe?
Layer of icing on the very top, a little bit of decoration. So originally I was almost
That
going
makes
to do
sense.
a pound cake version because I love me a lemon pound cake, but then it felt even more appropriate to make a Victoria sponge. So that's what...
A Victoria sponge. Okay, not quite Regency era, but it's closer. It's closer to that style.
I ended up doing. Sort of like how I made the Little Queen cakes. I'm just creaming my butter and sugar.
You're creaming your butter? Inga, I understand what you mean, but oh god. Don't say creaming your butter. Don't say you're creaming your butter. My god.
Together, also adding in a bunch of lemon zest. I feel like all these recipes are calling for a lot of lemon zest, which I love. Next thing I'm doing is just adding in some eggs. After it's all mixed in together, that's when I'm adding in the flour, baking powder, and it really just comes together fairly quickly. And again, don't want to overmix it. I'm just scooping all of this straight into my cake pan. And that's pretty much it. Once the batter is in, I'm just giving it a few little love taps.
Okay.
And then it's off into the oven. It came out pretty well. Here it is. This is
Thank you for the clip, Kibo.
my Victoria sponge. And because it's a two-layer cake,
Victorian
I'm going
sponge.
to slice this up into halves and make it into a delicious cake. I'm just eyeballing this. Maybe this wasn't the best idea. Woo! I tried to make this layer slightly thicker. Smells very lemony.
Sure.
Could just put icing on this and here and call it a day. But
Yeah, you could just put icing on there, cream the butter a bit more, call it a day. But I imagine no, she wants to do more than just cream your butter.
I do that when I can fill it up with some cream cheese icing and some lemon curd. So let me
Cream cheese icing, that's not a bad idea.
get started on that. Got my cream cheese, powdered
That was an anticlimactic plop. Just that was it.
sugar, dash of
Sugar.
vanilla. This should
All
help
right.
thicken it a little bit more.
Let me go back.
Sugar, dash of vanilla. This should help.
Kinky. Very kinky. She doesn't just want to cream your butter. She wants to whisk your insides. Oh God. that just looks wrong. That just looks wrong. I'm sorry.
Thicken it a little bit more. Stabilize it a little bit more. Give it a whipping. Yeah, this is sprayed all over.
Careful. Yeah, take it slow.
I thought it would be.
Take it slow.
Ooh. Now I'm just going to add in this semi-whipped cream. Make it
Okay.
more luscious. Pour that in here.
Nice.
Looks good.
Ooh.
Let's give it a little taste. Ooh, that's nice. Splash of rum, maybe? Usually I would make my own.
No, I got nothing. I got nothing for that.
But I found this one at the
Lemon curd. Huh. Okay.
English store. I bought it because it mentioned being around since the 1800s, fruit growers and preservers since 1885. By appointment to Her Majesty the Queen. Maybe it's all marketing, but it worked on me. I'm just excited to see if there's any differences. First layer of sponge, followed by the cream. Look at that. Oh, more maybe? Oh.
More cream? Just plop it on down there. It takes a little bit more work than that.
Now for the curd. Let me try this. Wait, this is actually quite good. I like the texture. I feel like it has a good balance of like sweet and sour. Now we're just going to layer it on right in there.
Ooh.
What was it that he said? I fancy a good lemon. That's me. Now we're just going to stack this one on. you can see on this.
It looks like a dessert burger. I don't know why. This genuinely looks like a dessert burger. Just from at first glance, you're just like, okay, the patty, it's all cream. Patty's just all cream. The cheese kind of, the cheese looks a little melted, but the patty's just cream. We've got a lemon cream burger. It's a burger.
This side. Oh, look at that. The curd squeezing out. Oh, that is the dream right there. Honestly, pretty happy with how this is turning out. But we're going to finish off by just drizzling on a thin layer of icing.
All right.
A little bit of lemon.
Just gotta do the icing.
I feel like we're at the consistency. Shall we? Here we go, moment of truth.
Ooh, look at that. Yeah, there you go.
I'm nervous.
That is a lovely spread. That is a lovely spread of cum. Bitch, pour that all over me. I'm sorry, chat, okay? Look, I'm sure that whole thing is very delicious, but look at the color. Look at the color of that icing mixture. It almost, in the right circumstance, it looks like cum. I'm sorry. It just does.
Drizzles.
Yeah. Of course she wants to pour all of it.
Man.
All of it on.
This looks illegal.
This feels illegal. This feels absolutely illegal. It just looks like cum, man. What did you want me to say?
Illegal. It looks crazy on this side, but once we move it, I think it'll look good. Once the icing kind of settles, we're gonna do a little decorating.
It looks so crazy.
Here, edible flowers, which because it's Bridgerton, I feel like is a must.
Okay.
Schmack purple. Now this is looking like the Featheringtons. Fairly simple.
Ooh.
Lemon, flowers on top. Gonna carefully transfer this onto.
Yeah, careful with this.
And we're gonna move on.
Careful with this. You might make a mess. You might make a mess you can't get out.
To our next item, some pudding.
All right.
I really wanted to make
Pudding's next.
Pudding. If you refer back to the scene that I mentioned earlier with Daphne and that like table of desserts, you have the shortbread. Then right next to it, you have this very nice looking pudding. So originally I wanted to do like a panna cotta situation.
Okay.
But then when I was reading this book, I found these
Terracotta pie. Terracotta pie. I hate that my fucking brain immediately associated terracotta with System of a Down. Terracotta pie. Wait, what was the actual lyric? I need to. Hang on, I need to look up the actual lyric. I think it was terracotta banana cream pie. Hang on. Vicinity of obscenity. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, now I remember what it was. It was banana terracotta pie. Banana terracotta pie. There we go. That's banana terracotta pie. That's what it was. Anyway.
mango and yogurt molded gelatins, which is part of the section that they dedicated as afternoon tea with the sharmas. So it is sort of inspired by, you know, the sharmas like Indian background, and hence the mango and the yogurt, almost like a mango lassi. I got to talk to the brilliant Sue, who was the recipe developer for this book, and it was
lucky girl. She talked to the person that developed the recipes for that book. Good on you. Good on you.
It's just like really wonderful hearing her process through it all. I also just really liked how she described the recipes in this book as sort of like the Willy Wonka-esque interpretation of Bridgerton foods and just Regency era foods in general. It is very sort of like bright and colorful and fun. How beautiful that looks. And because this is a jelly situation that has to chill overnight, I also had to prepare this beforehand. Starting off by just preparing the gelatin, letting it
Smart, making sure to prepare ahead of time.
bloom off to the side. Sue did mention that she tried using agar-agar as well for like a vegetarian option, but it most likely will not hold as well. Gelatin is just a little more sturdy.
Yeah.
Like Colin. I'm also preparing some coconut milk on the other side. So in here, I'm just adding in the coconut milk and some sugar, trying to lightly crumble some saffron pieces in here. But you can almost immediately see how the saffron changes the color of the milk. I have my blender here, into which I'm adding in my chopped mango, and then I'm also adding in some yogurt. Now the recipe asks for some thick Indian style yogurt. Here in the cook's note, it actually says that if you cannot find Indian style yogurt, you can substitute by using like a 1-to-1 mixture of plain Greek yogurt and plain American style yogurt.
Okay, it's not a bad idea, using Greek yogurt and then just like the regular American yogurt as a substitute. I think that's a good compromise.
So adding in my coconut milk mixture that now has this nice tinge of yellow. And off to the side, I actually also heated up my gelatin, so now it's much more liquidy, and I can just add that
There you
straight into
go.
the mango mixture and blend it again until it's all smoothed out. So this is kind of what it looks like now, like almost like a thicker smoothie consistency, and then letting it sit in the fridge.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh god, my mind is gonna go somewhere with this as soon as cream is drizzled onto those two. But they're probably not gonna be a drizzled onto the tops of those, if I'm correct. So, disappointment.
And here it is right now. I'm praying will unmold safely. I'm gonna get a bowl of hot water and try to release it properly. I have never tried to use silicone modes for pudding before, so let's see. Just going to sink this in there. Oh my
Careful.
gosh. Please don't destroy my pudding, please.
Careful.
Oh, it's working. I'm seeing it lift off the sides
Ooh.
a little bit. We're gonna try to flip it around.
At least it's working. Whoa. I'm just impressed. I'm just impressed by the fact that managed to work the first time.
Happy. Oh, extremely.
And it jiggle. It fucking jiggles, baby.
Jiggly, and I realized it didn't center it well, but oh my god, you don't understand. I was so nervous about these molds. I'm a believer now. It came out so
Hell
nice.
yeah.
I mean, the bubbles are my fault, but otherwise.
Yeah, bubbles aside, that still looks like a really damn. It still looks really damn good.
The shape came out beautifully, and it's very jiggly. Oh my joy. Not a moment to lose here, because we're just going to decorate it once again. I'm going to do it just like they did it in the book. Just some flowers. I don't want to mess with this too much. It's very pretty. Here is our jelly situation. I'm just happy that it turned out well. I guess it's a little mini to be a showstopper, but again, it is to be enjoyed as a whole on its own.
Yeah.
I'm going to put this in the fridge while we move on to the third centerpiece. I feel like I just ran a marathon, but it's only number 6. We have a couple more items to go. The third item in our showstopper category is probably the one that feels the most like a showstopper. It is a lady finger cake. It's also
lady finger cake. Oh God. Oh God. Look, that's just blatant. At that point, having a cake called Lady Finger Cake, that's too easy, man. Where have those fingers been? I wouldn't mind taking one of her fingers. Bruh. These recipe names, at least this one, right? It's just too easy. It's just blatant. It's just blatant at this point. Lady Finger Cake. Does the lady stick the finger in the cake? How do you think I feel, Raven? How do you think I feel?
Also known as a Charlotte cake. There's some...
Okay, so it's also known as a Charlotte cake. It's good to know. Thank you for the clip, Kibo. Always appreciated.
Discussion on what the actual origins of the Charlotte cake is. I haven't been able to properly fact check this yet, so if you know anything about this, let me know in the comments. But I chose this cake for several reasons. One of them is obviously because of Queen Charlotte. I just wanted to dedicate something to her. Almost went for a bundt cake, which is actually on the dinner table every...
Ooh, okay. That is one idea. That is one idea for sure.
Charlotte eats alone in the spin-off. Feel like it's like a good call out to her German origin. But then I saw this ladyfinger cake again at that dessert table.
Right, that's the ladyfinger cake. They're all just pointing up into the butthole. All those lady fingers. There's just so many lady fingers, and they all point in the same direction, right up at the booty. It's like it's right there at the top.
And it just looks so stunning and elegant. And when I found out that its alternative name is Charlotte cake, it just felt like it was meant to be. So that's why we're enjoying a Charlotte cake. Charlotte cake is an icebox cake.
But yeah, no, you're right. It's called a Charlotte cake as well. Not just the ladyfinger cake. It's also a Charlotte cake.
I had to get started early yesterday, beginning with the strawberries. I have a bunch of strawberries, which I am just slicing up and then macerating them in some sugar and lemon juice. You can see that right now there's not that much juice left, but we'll come back in 15 to 20 minutes. And essentially, I'm making sort of what feels...
Bridgerton makes Martian think of finger. I mean, no shit, dude. The cake is called Lady Finger Cake. What did you expect? What did you expect was gonna happen?
It's like a cheesecake / tiramisu mixture. I have some mascarpone here.
Oh, okay. It's a bit of like a tiramisu kind of.
Until it's like light and airy. That's when I'm adding in the heavy cream, the vanilla, and some lemon zest. And then I'm just continuing to whip that until I get these stiff peaks. It's almost exactly the same way I make my tiramisu cream. Over here, I have my lady fingers that are a...
Okay. Look, I know they're meant to be fingers, and I could see that, but given how big they are, in the immortal words of Chad Warden, it looks like a dildo. Oh my. See? Do you see what I mean, Kibo? Oh God. Oh my God. Thank you for the clips, Kibo. Very much appreciated.
A lot more chunkier than I thought they were going to be. So
yep, those are chunky fingers.
Cut them into half. I'm also layering the base of the cake with some other ladyfingers. They're a lot smaller and they have this like, sugar coating on top, so I thought it would be really good.
I'm going to return the tank.
Thank you for the lurk, Kibo. Always appreciated. We'll be here when you get back.
These ladyfingers, I'm adding my whipped cream mixture, just covering it all up before
All
lining
right.
up my trimmed cookies around the side. So you get this sort of like ladyfinger hedge. Going back
Again, it's too easy. It's too easy, man. But okay, I'll let you get back to it.
strawberries, you can see just how much juice it has released. And this is a juice I'm using to dip my ladyfinger cookies in, so they're kind of like soaking up that lemony strawberry flavor. So then I can layer them on top of the whipped cream, and another layer of cream on top before I'm adding in my strained strawberries. And then it's really just building layers. So after the strawberries,
It's an interesting idea, for sure.
again, my cream mixture, trying to smooth it out completely before letting it set in the fridge. I also wrapped it up in cling wrap, which is why it looks kind of crazy right now for this cake ring instead of a cake pan. Just for
Smart.
ease of removal, and once again, we
Smart
are
idea.
hoping that it's going to be all right. Oh my gosh, hello? What is happening? Oh, I feel like it needs
Boop, pick it up. Boop. Oh, it didn't come off. Okay, hang on.
like a little warm-up situation.
Yeah.
Oh, it's coming.
Come on. There you go. There you go.
It is. I know it looks not great at the bottom, but
Yeah, it's a little crooked, but look, it's fine. You're making a Charlotte cake for yourself. It's not perfect. It's not meant to be perfect. That's fine.
it stayed in shape. The most important thing is that it's actually standing up.
Yes.
Fine. I'm gonna see if I can find like a ribbon to tie around. Cut out some strawberries, and we're just gonna line it up down here. Hide the imperfections. See if it works.
Smart idea. Hide the imperfections with strawberries. That I'm assuming she still has. I'm assuming.
Just gonna try to do that around this.
All right.
There. Oh, we fixed the issue. Now it's covered. Tie this up
There we go.
here. Impressions
And a
are
little
important.
ribbon.
At the ton. It's like a little present. This is what it looks like so far. I'm gonna top it off with more strawberries and mint. And the final showstopper will be complete. Woo!
Whew. Whoa. It's a lot of strawberries.
Crazy. This is Bridgerton, and Bridgerton is just a lot of flair. Looks like a Featherington wanting to be a Bridgerton. It's so over the top.
It's so over the top, and yet it looks, you know what? It looks good. That actually looks pretty damn good. I like the yellow flowers contrasting with the strawberries. That's a nice color contrast, for sure.
This is my actual showstopper, everybody. Crazy. Actually, it could be a
God,
hat.
that looks good.
This looks so good.
Don't wear it as a hat. You're going to destroy the cake.
I don't even know how I can store this in the fridge right now. And the day is just flying by. Thank God it's summer. I still have a lot of daylight, but I severely underestimated just how much time it takes to prepare an afternoon tea, even with the week-long preparation. I'm sure at the Bridgerton house they have plenty of cooks helping them, but unfortunately for me, I am both the cook and the host.
Pretty much, yeah. She's the cook and the host, and you're invited to one of her afternoon tea parties. God damn it, you better thank her for her hard work. You better thank her for making all of this.
This better be the afternoon tea of a lifetime. Full steam ahead. We have finally made it into the savory category. We're going to start it off with another recipe from the book, Kippers on Toast. So you
Kippers
know
on
this is
toast.
Normally
Okay.
a breakfast toast. I thought it'd be fun to include because kippers, as mentioned here, are a favorite among ambitious mamas of the time because there may be fertility benefits to consuming kippers.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, fertility benefits to eating kippers? Oh, my God. The aristocrats really were horn dogs, huh? They were just like, oh, here's a little bit of a fine kipper. I make you fuck. Oh my god. Oh my. I know they meant fertility as in like fertility benefits in women, but still. Oh my god. Oh god. This is. It's a little horrifying to kind of think about. A little bit.
You know, the Tom and marriage prospects and having an heir and all that, it just seems like a fun one to throw in there.
Sure.
Kitchen mode.
Fucking sure. Why not? Why not just throw it in there?
Here's everything I have for the white fish salad. Got some chopped dill here, some celery, home pickled shallots that I actually very quickly did yesterday. Mayo here, English mustard.
English mustard?
Pickled shallots that I actually very quickly did
Shallots.
yesterday. Mayo here, English mustard.
English mustard. Huh.
And these kippers. When I was at the British specialty store, I actually couldn't find kippers. I was talking to the owners and they said they actually weren't able to import them anymore, unfortunately, and I feel like they were talking about like maybe the frozen or the fresh version. But
Yeah, that's probably what they were talking about when you were asking about if they had kippers or not. So that's a bit of a shame. So I imagine she had to look elsewhere for kippers.
I found this canned version at Whole Foods, so
Whole Foods. Of course, Whole Foods would have a form of kipper.
I'm excited to try it. I've never had kippers before. Start by opening this up. Ooh, it smells super fishy, but here you have the kippers. As the rest
Whoa.
I'm gonna flake it. See if I can,
Good
taste
idea.
them slightly. And
Good
I know
idea.
it says on the package here that it is a great substitute for tuna. As
Ah,
somebody who likes tuna
okay.
a lot. That's delightful. I feel like it's slightly chewier than tuna, but
little
I
bit.
really like that smoked flavor. Ooh, this is really nice. I would honestly just eat this over rice. Now I'm just going to combine these together to make the salad. I wonder if it's a little
Sure.
ambitious to try to fit it all into this bowl. Squirt of this mustard, celery bits.
Mustard.
I thought I had paper scallions at home, but I unfortunately don't, so I am missing that. But hopefully it will be okay. Some of this pickled juice in there.
Okay.
Just give it a good mix.
There you go.
Quite nice. Feels very refreshing. I'm hoping it will balance out the kippers.
Ooh.
I actually really like this. The smoky flavor in there. I feel like it just adds like that extra umami. Just gonna go ahead and put this on some toast bread. There you go.
Okay.
Shallots, some dill.
Shallots,
Beautiful.
dill.
Might not be as much of a looker, but they taste pretty dang good. This is the one item that I think I'm gonna just like eat right now because I am hungry.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I understand now why you really have to crisp up the bread because it holds very well even under the salad. You get the crispiness, you get the savoriness, especially when you eat it together with all these other sweets. Oh, lovely. This was the sustenance I needed. Thank you.
God, you know what? It does look pretty good. I'll give her that one.
Time to move on to our next savory item after this last bite.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. Whew, we're so close. Second to last food item. And the next savory item I'm going to do is also from the book, crumpets.
Crumpets. Hell yeah.
Is a small round bread cooked on a griddle, which is very similar to what Americans call English muffins.
Yeah. Yeah, we do have English muffins, but technically not the same thing, I think.
There's this one shot in the show that I could have sworn they were mini crumpets, but maybe I'm wrong. They really just look like English muffins, don't they?
Right.
Soft and spongy with just the right number of craggy pockets to catch butter and jam. How delightful is that? Also, this recipe specifically calls to eat it with salt and honey butter, which sounds amazing. The process for making these crumpets are a little more tedious, I would say, but you know me, I love bread. I had to try. So I got started on crumpets earlier this week. So the first thing I did was to melt some butter before I added in some milk and also some water. And essentially, I'm just trying to keep it somewhat warm. And in another bowl, I'm combining some honey and some warm water, which is what I'm adding the yeast 2. And this is sort of where the magic happens.
Ooh.
2 minutes and boom. Look at how foamy that is. In another bowl, I'm combining my AP flour and my bread flour. To that, I'm adding in both the mixtures that I just made and just like continuously whisking it until it's all combined. And it is a little thinner than I had thought it was going to be, but that's the idea. Because after letting this mixture sit aside for about like 45 minutes, you can see that it's almost like slightly risen, it's a little foamy, it's a little bubbly on top. And to that, I'm whisking in some baking powder and a little bit of salt, and the rest again for another 20 minutes. And now that the batter is ready, it is time to cook it up. And this process honestly took a lot more time. Sue did say that she tested this for about, I think, 8 times or more. First of all, you need these round molds. I only had 2 of them, so I could only make 2 at once. I did try to do a batch without the molds. They thinned out so much.
Yeah, it's probably not a good idea, I imagine.
And they didn't have that sort of like floof you want. Anyways, I gave them my regular crumpets fairly quickly, and I just went back to making them in the mold. For the cooking process itself, you actually have to like fiddle with the heat quite a bit. I feel like that took up hours. So if you wanted to give this one a try, just reserve the time for it. Crumpets also don't keep really well, so
fair
after
enough.
I popped them into the freezer immediately after they cooled down. Here's the bag of crumpets
It's a lot of crumpets. That is a lot. I'm sorry. Look, sometimes you're not gonna have something very insightful to say about that process. I genuinely wish I had an opportunity to try crumpets. Actually, no, I did. I think I did try crumpets once during my last relationship, but yeah, no more crumpets for me. It's just gonna be English muffins now. It's it's a shame. Like, they were okay, not great, but they were still good. But I digress. It is what it is.
These are the round-shaped ones, like this one that I'm holding. The bubbles in there, a lot more height to them versus this very crazy-looking thin one. I'm gonna go ahead and toast those crumpets up. While they're cooking, I will make the salted honey butter. So salted honey butter,
okay.
Well, salt, honey, butter. So fairly soft and ready to go. I'm just going to drizzle on my honey. Can't go wrong with honey and butter. A bit of salt.
Okay.
That's it. Along with the butter, though, I actually also got these 2 things that I thought would accompany them very well. One is this fig and honey chutney, and then I also found this jar of clotted cream. So I will plate that up with the crumpets once it's ready to serve. Now, on to the last food item of the day. I couldn't make afternoon tea without making cucumber sandwich. I feel like that is the iconic English afternoon tea little bite. When I was reading up about the origins of cucumber sandwiches, it is so interesting to hear about how cucumbers were not a commonplace like grocery store item. Back in those days, to cultivate them, you actually needed a greenhouse, and
you needed a greenhouse for the. I mean, that's pretty cool, having your own little greenhouse to grow cucumbers.
You're not going to have a greenhouse unless you're upper class, I guess.
Right.
And so that's how cucumbers became like a symbol of wealth. Isn't that so wild? And then it's also like the way they prepare the cucumber sandwiches. Because the cucumber has to be so thin, the sandwiches have to be so precisely cut, that thin layer of butter, everything is like very meticulous and about attention to detail.
Pretty
dang
became,
like a
precise.
Symbol of elegance. So next time you're eating cucumber sandwiches, anyways, I'm going to try and make as elegant of an English cucumber sandwich as I possibly can. The most important thing is to remove the crust. There you go. How lightly is lightly. Because essentially you're just trying to keep the bread from soaking up the moisture of the cucumber. So it's almost like protecting the bread a little bit. Totally covered. The trick to getting those thin layers is to use a peeler. See how they become paper thin? Nice little hack, right?
I'll admit, I did not know that you could use a... Yeah, I really didn't know you could use a potato peeler to peel cucumber slices. That's kind of cool. You know what? I'd have to try that sometime. I would definitely need to try that sometime.
paper thin cucumber. Now we can just layer it back on here.
Wait, that's it? It's just you spread butter on the bread, peel the cucumber, and then you... What the fuck?
Super precise. Close it back in.
That's it?
First two cucumber sandwich. It's crazy because it's so simple. But I guess back then this was the thing. That should complete our entire food.
I mean, I guess
Oh my
so.
goodness. The menu is almost complete. And I say almost because the food is done, but we do still have the drinks. One of them is going to be a pot of tea. I even bought this most British looking tea I could find.
Yorkshire Gold Tea. Yorkshire Gold Tea. Anytime I think of Yorkshire tea or Yorkshire Gold Tea, I literally think of the one YouTuber that's like, it's a British guy that always advertises and talks about Yorkshire tea, about being the greatest tea in Britain or something like that. He's pretty funny.
Somebody from the UK, please tell me what this means on the very top, by appointment to the Prince of Wales. Does it mean something? This was also like $13 tea. So I don't know. I'm just excited to try. But the other drink I'll be making is the iconic Bridgerton lemonade. I feel like this...
Bridgerton lemonade. This should be interesting.
This is like the only thing I see them drinking ever. I was fascinated. I had to look it up to see if it was really a thing. And believe it or not, lemonade back then was actually sort of like the trendy drink. It was like the espresso martini. Alcohol back then wasn't a thing as much for ladies, but you know, you get thirsty and instead of water, people would go for lemonade.
I mean, I'm sure they would. No, my brain just thought of something real messed up, and I'm just like, nope, I'm not gonna put that out into the world. No, let me just continue the video.
Lemonade back then had a little more notes of like orange blossom and almond. So to achieve that effect, I got this orgeat syrup. It's made with finely ground roasted almonds, cane sugar, and orange flower water, which is kind of perfect for our purposes. So let me whip up some lemonade real quick, and we should almost be set for tea. Just
nice.
The ingredient syrup, the lemon juice, and the sparkling water. Just going for 1-to-1 ratio here. Nice little mix. Ooh. Stir. Put a couple of slices in of lemon. There it is, our lemonade. What a day. Finally, time to set the table. I'm going to place everything out. We're going to get the full afternoon tea spread. I'm going to go change, and we can finally sip some tea and
boom.
Relax.
All right. Okay, that's a pretty lovely spread. That is a very lovely spread. There's the tea, there's the lemonade, crumpets, the fake fruit bowl, of course. And there's the cake with the cum on the top. Oh, that's lovely. That's lovely. Oh, and there's that little Jello cake right there. It looks lovely. And then the muffins, and then another cucumber sandwiches, and then the vanilla and chocolate shortbread cookies. Ooh, and then the Milvoy. And then the lady finger cake. She's got to cut that ribbon sooner or later. But God, that looks like a lot of food.
This is the entire spread behind me. I have also changed already back to the original dress. I went a little crazy, and I think this is way too much for one person. So I'm actually going to give my friends a call, invite them over so we can have some proper English afternoon tea together.
Perfect idea. Yeah, I don't think it would be a good idea to gorge on all that yourself. I don't think I would ever want to watch a Bridgerton video where someone makes all this impressive food, and it's a lot of food. It is a lot of food for sure. And they look at it and they're like, okay, I don't think it's a good idea for me to eat all this food alone, so I'm going to try to call some friends. Oh, wait. I don't have any friends. I'm sorry, that's fucked. That's absolutely fucked.
Make some tea, share some tea.
Oh, God.
Some tea, and get ready to finally dig in.
New window. Ah. Move this out of the way here. There we go. Ready to finally feast? Even this untying of the ribbon felt oddly Bridgerton appropriate. I'm sure it did. Ladyfinger cake tasted like a lemony strawberry field. Ooh. The craggy pockets in this crumpet were perfectly jammy. Oh, this feels... Savory's perfect palate cleanser. A sip of lemonade. Aww.
And that's a wrap on Bridgerton Foods for 24 hours. Took a long time. You're super stuffed. Would I say it was worth it? Honestly, I think it's fun. If there are two things I would pick for you to try, it would be the Kipper's Toast, which...
Of course you'd recommend the Kipper's Toast. Look, okay, I'm sure that they're good. I'm sure that the Kippers are good, but, like, realistically speaking, how would one be able to find Kippers in this day and age? I don't know. Let's not be silly here.
Which was a crowd favorite, and then the Ladyfinger cake.
Of course you would also recommend the Ladyfinger cake. The fingers point up.
Something about the magic of Ladyfingers that just soaks up the juice and makes it fluffy like a sponge cake. Very good. Hope you enjoyed this video. Stick around if you would like to see more, and I will see you in the next video. Bye.
That was an awesome video. I got a new message here. Let me go ahead. Hang on a minute. I need to... I need to do something real quick. I forgot something. Hang on. Oh, God. Am I able to log in? Let me see. Actually, no, let me do the workaround. Let me do the workaround here. Boom, boom. Okay, good. All right. Chat, we'll be right back after these messages. Don't go away.
It's nighttime in a kitchen just like yours. All is quiet. Or is it? The North American house hippo is found throughout Canada and the eastern United States. House hippos are very timid creatures and are rarely seen, but they will defend their territory if provoked. They come out at night to search for food, water, and materials for their nests. The favorite foods of the house hippo are chips, raisins, and the crumbs from peanut butter on toast. They build their nests in bedroom closets, using lost mittens, dryer lids, and bits of string. The nests have to be very soft and warm. House hippos sleep about 16 hours a day.
That looked really real, but you knew it couldn't be true, didn't you? That's why it's good to think about what you're watching on TV and ask questions, kind of like you just did. A message from Concerned Children's Advertisers.
日本の皆様へ心を込めた贈り物。戦火では季節折々のフルーツをはじめシーフード、ビーフステーキ、ワインなどたくさんの商品を用意しております。お申し込みお問い合わせは 1-800-874-7754 戦火までどうぞ。
短い行く人
2人で飲みに行きません？
いや二人っきりっていうのはちょっとまずいんじゃないかな。
ちょっとぐらいいいんじゃないかな。
スーパー部長はそこまでおっしゃるな。スーパーチューハイサントリー飲む？
黒猫ヤマトの引っ越しはあなたの暮らしをそのまんまそのまんまそのまんまそのまんま運びます。
ありがとうございました。
おっとっとっと、引っ越しの日からいつもの暮らしを。引っ越しは黒猫ヤマト。
Lives in the ocean, big like a whale. Moby Dick, scary teeth, card players, dog alone for one. Famous movie, eats bone. Shark.
Articulate, that fast-talking description game. If you call Autoglass, as soon as a chip appears, we can come to you and usually repair the windscreen without replacing it.
wife is pregnant.
We inject our special resin, and in just 30 minutes, the result is almost invisible. And the windscreen's strong again. And not only that, if you fully comp, most insurance companies will cover it, and it won't affect your no-claims bonus. So an Autoglass repair is usually free. Don't wait until it's too late. Call us now or book online.
Autoglass repair, Autoglass replace.
Hey, what you want?
Welcome back, chat. Oh my god, where did I just miss? A double raid? Okay, Wolf Girl X, thank you so much for the raid. Senpai Kiri, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my god, what? Okay. We came in spinning. How are you guys doing? I genuinely hope you guys are doing well. Senpai Kiri, don't worry. I'm still here, dude. Have a nice stream, bro. Thank you so much. Guys, thank you so much for trusting me with your viewers. Wolf Girl, Senpai Kiri, what were you guys up to? Actually, Senpai Kiri, before you go, Senpai Kiri, wait. Before you go, wait. Hang on. Wait, I got a little custom entrance command made for you, dude. Come on, let me play it.
Look at my face. You see my face? I have not had coffee in 3 hours. My wife is pregnant. I might have diabetes. Do I look like the mother to play with right now?
That one's for you, dude. That one's for you. Cassia, thank you so much. Oh God, hang on. Cassia, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Okay, so for everyone here that rated in, my name is Mortal Martian. I'm known as the alien hip hop producer, VTuber, and right now we're just watching some YouTube videos. Watching just whatever YouTube videos we got here. Okay, Kibo ads. Air National Guard, Florida Decor, KFC $10 Tuesdays, CarMax X program, Universal Orlando Resorts, a Mattress Firm, Cash App, and Fighter Flight. Fair enough. Holy shit, there's two guys. There's two fucking guys in the chat. Oh, that is funny. Wolf Girl, what were you up to? I'm curious. What were you up to today? Oh my God. I'm curious. Wolf Girl, are you there? I don't know if you're even there. I should. He was talking about feet while playing Apex. Oh my God. Look, Kiri's crazy. Senpai Kiri can be crazy sometimes. I'll admit that, but I love him. She was up to a lot of shenanigans as always. Look, in this household, we support shenanigans. We fucking support shenanigans. Okay. Oh. Seriously, guys, I genuinely was not expecting a double raid today. Okay? Because, like... Oh, this is so cool. Oh, God. You know what? I'm going to take a break from watching videos. Actually, no. We can... I think there was a video that Kibo sent me that we could watch. No, not the opioid addictions ads. Stop. I don't want ads. Please stop. I beg of you. Oh my God. Ah! Okay. Rating 8 viral Shin ramen recipes. Let's fucking go. Okay. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna open GIMP. GIMP is an image editing program. Just to let you guys know, it's free, open source. I love using it personally for shit. What else do we need to get here? Okay. Rating 8 viral Shin ramen recipes. All right, let's fucking go.
Hello, I am back again with another episode of Rating Viral Recipes, and today, Shin Ramen.
Shin ramen, let's fucking go. She got a full box of them. Okay, I do have a packet of Shin ramen in my kitchen. It's only the one packet though. I'm not bougie enough to buy a whole box. Okay, Inga's clearly got the bag. Inga's clearly got enough money to buy a whole bag of Shin ramen. I'm envious. I'm envious to say the least.
Is our test subject. Shin Ramen is probably one of the most popular ramen brands out there.
Hell
There's
yeah.
something about their soup base, the little bit of spicy, the savoriness. There's something about their noodles that are extra bouncy. Quickly clarify, this episode is not sponsored by them.
Totally not sponsored by Shin Ramen. Totally not sponsored at all, but hey, Shin Ramen. It would be really cool if you sponsored her. It would be really cool if you sponsored. We're just saying. It's an idea.
I do personally just also really enjoy their noodles on their own. And I feel like in the past couple of years, there's been a lot of different ways to enjoy this already very good pack of ramen. So, as per usual, I have curated a list of 8 different recipes. There's some really popular ones that you may have seen before, and there's also some more peculiar ones that may or may not be good.
I am scared. I am scared to think of what... I am scared to think what kind of hellish recipes TikTok has managed to come up with for Shin Ramen. I would hate to be that guy. I really would.
We shall find out. I'll be using 2 different packagings.
Oh, she's got the Shin Ramen Black. Ooh, that's even better.
Of the ramen today, because some require...
Oh, that one's got the beef bone broth. Okay. Oh, God. God damn it. God damn it. That did not work how I wanted it to. Hang on. Can I just I need to refresh cache. There we go. Hopefully that will fix it for future use.
Are the cup version, but honestly, you could probably do a bunch of these with your favorite spicy ramen noodles.
Yeah.
That said, let's get into it.
All well and good. Shin ramen and garlic cloves. Really? That doesn't sound like too crazy of an idea. Yeah, that's not too crazy of an idea. Shin ramen with garlic. Let's see. Let's see.
First up, we have a very, very garlicky creation that involves using 2 entire bulbs of garlic. Even as a huge fan of garlic, I'm a little intimidated. But this one was created by a 3 Michelin star chef, so I feel like we just have to trust the process.
My thoughts exactly. Trust the process. Let's trust the process with this one.
I'm just trimming the top and bottom while trying to keep the bulbs mostly intact.
Okay.
Then I'm wrapping them all up in foil
Nice.
and roasting in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit for around 40 minutes.
Doesn't sound too bad.
Air fryer, but it's whatever it takes until they're very tender, very soft, and slightly golden.
Ooh, all right.
And then once the garlic's ready and roasted, they go straight into the water.
Straight into the water you go. Straight right in there.
Where the key is to create a sweet garlicky broth with it. So.
Oh, okay. So I'm guessing she's making the ramen with the garlic broth instead of a beef broth, or is she like using both of the broths? Not at the same time, obviously, but like maybe she's using. I'm not sure. Gently roasted, then drowned in the yeah. Immediately, let's just drown the garlic right in there, Let's make a broth with this stuff. Why not?
To do that, I'm just trying to gently mash them. Squeeze the cloves out, crush.
There you go.
So it can really add those flavors into the soup base.
Okay.
Once everything's kind of mashed up, I'm just removing the leftover skin and adding in the ramen noodles as well as the seasoning packet.
Oh, okay. So she made the. She's not using the separate beef broth packet. She's making a completely different broth. Okay. Oh, that's the seasoning packet. Oh God, I thought it was the broth packet. My mistake. That's the seasoning.
And from this point, really just cooking it according to the package instructions.
Yeah. So the same kind of recipe as it would usually call for with the broth packet, but instead just whole other thing.
Last step, though, the finishing touch, is to crush some of the uncooked ramen leftover bits from the bottom of the packet and just sprinkle it on top of the noodles as a crunchy garnish of sorts.
Huh.
And that is a Michelin-approved bowl of ramen.
And of course, you have to throw in a little bit of green onion on the top.
This is still bubbling as we speak. Dang. As a
Got any cereal?
I believe we do.
Thank you for the catch and redeem, Kibo. We'll be here when you get back. And have your snack, if you will. This is a little intimidating, but it does look good.
Fan of Culinary Class Wars. I've been wanting to make this for a very long time. If you haven't watched it yet, it's on Netflix. It's a Korean cooking challenge show, and there's just so many stages in it that actually I think are really inspiring if you're looking for creative ideas of how to approach different ingredients. But this one specifically was designed by the judge himself, the 3 Michelin.
Wait, this was made by the judge of a cooking show? It's more like a cooking competition show, if I had to remember. That's actually pretty cool. Huh. I want to make that sometime. If I somehow manage to get my hands on some garlic, not garlic powder, I've already got garlic powder. I use that separately on, like, bread, let's say. But, yeah, if I use it for, like, if I need to get whole cloves of garlic. If I get my hands on those, definitely got to make this.
Star Chef on. So, as skeptical as I am about putting 2 entire garlic bulbs in here.
Yeah, that's 2 whole garlic bulbs. It's a lot of garlic. I'm not entirely sure about that. It better be good.
Let me try this broth by itself.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was going to be extremely garlicky, but it's really not at all. It actually kind of is more like a mellowed out garlic flavor, like a very nice undertone that I think complements this type of soup base.
Huh. I wouldn't have expected that, especially when putting 2 whole cloves of garlic in a broth. Like, bro, there's a lot of garlic, but okay. It's huh. Look, I'm just caught. I was just caught by surprise.
The garlic, once it's like roasted and crushed together, it kind of makes the broth creamier.
Ooh, okay.
Initially, it might be harder to differentiate at that first bite, but I feel like when you let that taste linger a little bit on the back of your tongue, you definitely feel that sort of richness and the depth that the garlic brings, which is crazy because 2 giant bulbs of garlic. The beauty about roasting the garlic.
2 giant bulbs of garlic is a lot of garlic. I'm just saying, but you can't argue with the results, I guess.
First, just makes it softer and sweeter. Okay, chef, I see what you're doing here. I don't know what that last little sprinkle of ramen bit was about, though. I know he said texture, but by the time you kind of fold everything in, it's all kind of a little bit soft. So
Yeah, I'm not sure what that last bit was about either. It's a little confusing.
So I would give this a solid 8 out of 10. I think it's a brilliant idea. It is, unfortunately, more time-consuming, though. So if you have the time...
It is a little bit more time-consuming, but I mean, I'm sure you could make it work somehow.
I'm worth a try.
Okay, next recipe calls for tomato, egg, and chili oil. Now, I have used an egg. I have used an egg before when making ramen. I've used like maybe a couple eggs once. And actually recently, ever since I finally learned how to properly make scrambled eggs, thanks to Gordon Ramsay on Hot Ones, dude ate those wings like a champ, by the way. Since I finally learned that, yeah, you have to stir the eggs a lot, but also you have to add butter and you have to add milk. So, I mean, I think, yeah, it's okay. A little unconventional, but adding an egg, butter, and milk, I don't know. It definitely adds eggs into the ramen for sure. I think it's a good idea, at least. I think it's a good enough idea. But, okay. Tomato, not sure. Chili oil, I don't have chili oil, Chad.
This next one is a recipe that I actually did a few years back when I was recreating a bunch of celebrity ramen recipes. And this one by K-pop star Chenle was one of...
Oh, this is by a K-pop star. NCT's Chenle. Sorry for fucking up the pronunciation. It happens.
Of my favorites. It's sort of similar to our first hack in that it's also very much about elevating the base broth.
Yeah.
This time it's with fresh tomatoes and chili oil.
Tomatoes and chili
I'm just chopping the
oil.
tomato up into smaller chunks. This way it can cook faster and release more of that flavor.
Sorry, I had to stop by the bathroom to throw up.
Welcome back, Kibo. Hope you're doing well. We're just watching the 8 viral Shin ramen recipes that you sent me. And wait, what? Okay, hang on a minute. What was the himbo for? I can't believe this has happened 5 times today. What was that for, man?
So that's all
Messing up pronunciations. Yeah, no, I expected that. You're right.
I'm doing here. And tossing that straight into the boiling water and really letting it cook down.
Ah, okay.
Crushing it does help with really getting those umami sweet flavors out.
Nice.
So now we kind of have this tomato broth of sorts.
Okay, so you got a little bit of a tomato broth.
Also, the original recipe calls for using laogama, an iconic Chinese chili oil brand that I highly recommend if you haven't tried yet. But I had this other open chili oil sitting in my fridge that has a similar flavor profile, so that's what I'm going with this time.
Okay.
And a spoonful of that was all it took to instantly turn the color of my broth into a very vibrant red. Wow. The noodles go right in, along with the seasoning packet, which I did deliberately try to put less in of. But the very final thing to do at the end here is when the noodles are almost done, I'm pouring in a beaten egg very slowly and just continuously stirring the noodles while I'm doing so. This is just to help the eggs cook more evenly, but it also definitely thickens the broth a lot more. So now it's extra hearty.
God, that does look... That looks so good. That actually does look pretty good on that. And yeah, I that's kind of the same reason why I put the egg in my ramen as well. It's because, like, crack an egg open, put it in the ramen. You gotta stir it around a lot. I do remember needing to do that a lot, but I think I kind of whisked my eggs first in a separate bowl first, and then poured it all in there and then mixed it in, just so that way, again, it all cooked evenly and thickened up the broth a little bit. So it's something. Tomatoes, spiced, everything nice.
This actually kind of smells like hot pot. Probably is because of the chili oil used, which in the original recipe, he does say to add laogama, which is his favorite chili oil. This is my current favorite that I found at the Asian grocery store, which has very similar notes, and so that's where most of that fragrance is coming from. Oh, that broth is good. I remember liking it a lot, even when I first did it. So hot. Okay.
You gotta let it cool a little bit. But that's just me and my tongue.
The concept of it is very similar to the first one we tried, right? Where the first one uses roasted garlic as a broth base, and this time they're using tomato as the base. And maybe this is my bias showing a little bit, but I love it when we add fruit and vegetables to soup. I feel like it adds that extra bit of sweetness that you can't really replace with anything else. This has notes of, my favorite tomato and egg, my favorite comfort food. Even though at the same time it also feels like hot pot noodles, so.
Oh God, it does look pretty good.
My favorite things rolled into one. The chili oil I used isn't like super spicy, it more adds that punch of flavor, so I think it's good to add whichever chili oil or chili crunch you prefer in terms of taste. This one is a high 9 for me. It really does feel like a shortcut hot pot soup base. So good.
Okay, recipe 3. Egg yolk, garlic, and mayo. Okay, so a little bit of recipe 2, a little bit of recipe 3. Not recipe 2, a little bit of recipe 2, a little bit of recipe 1. And a little bit of something extra. A little bit of extra mayo, if you will. I don't know. The mayo is a little suspect, but okay. I'm going to trust the process.
Mayo is really having a comeback these few years. It might sound a bit strange at first, right? But mayo ramen is a thing now. And I know this because I also did this one with the fire ramen a few videos back. Same process, where we're combining a couple of ingredients in a bowl. There's one raw egg yolk, some Kewpie mayo, some grated garlic, and the Shin Ramen seasoning packet.
Oh, all of that is being mixed in there at once? Huh.
And all we have to do is just whisk it all together really well.
Wait a minute. I have garlic powder and I have eggs. As surprising as that is to hear from someone in the U.S., as surprising as it is for you guys to hear, I have eggs in my fridge. So, there you go. I could definitely give this recipe a try for sure.
Left, and it becomes this thick.
I don't have mayo specifically, but I've got Miracle Whip, so I think that should be good enough.
Creamy paste. And this is what's going to be the base for our soon-to-be creamy broth.
Okay.
So after cooking the noodles until they're perfectly al dente, the most important step here is to very slowly pour half of the hot noodle water.
Oh, you gotta pour the water into the mixture. Okay.
While you're stirring constantly.
While you're
If you cook it all
stirring.
straight, you're gonna cook the egg and end up with something you do not want. So
Yes.
slowly does it, and that's what will give you that silkiness we're looking for.
Ooh.
So in goes my noodles.
Okay.
Just trying to jazz it up a little.
And then the noodles go
serve
in.
it at an actual ramen restaurant, dotting it with a little more chili oil at the very top, a sprinkle of seaweed, and you'll never be able to tell that's mayo broth.
A mayo moment.
For those of you who watch the fire ramen hacks, you might recognize this one. Also the use of mayo, which I feel like is one of the most popular ones right now. Something about adding mayo and the egg yolk makes it extra creamy. So let's see how.
I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. Having the egg yolk and the mayo make the broth extra creamy. Again, it's an interesting idea for sure.
With this hack. Let me try the broth by itself.
Okay. And the
I
broth.
feel like this one tastes less creamy than I expected to.
Damn. Chat. This particular ramen recipe, the broth isn't creamy enough. I'm sorry to disappoint, but it's just not creamy.
Especially in comparison to the first two that we already tried. There is a little more body to it.
Yeah.
Which I would attribute to the egg yolk and also the mayo. That's a lot
Right.
of eggs in here. But I feel like it is still relatively subtle. I don't think it comes
Yeah.
through as much as I would like it to. I do like the concept of it though, the idea of adding some sort of creaminess, which reminds me, someone just told me the other day that apparently there's one where people are adding milk tea, boba milk tea, to ramen broth.
Boba milk tea? You're adding boba milk? No. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel, Kibo. I could understand egg. I could understand egg yolk and garlic. Mayo's a little bit of a strange one, but I could kind of see that working. But boba tea? No. Exactly, Kibo. Yeah, no. God, no. 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 No, 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 no. You never do that. Boba tea is a separate thing that you drink on your own. You don't put it in ramen. You don't make it as like the basis of a broth for ramen. Oh, no.
That one's a little too crazy even for me. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little disappointed by this one, I think.
It's a bit of a wild
4 out of
one.
10. I see what it's doing, but I almost feel like I prefer the original.
You don't need you don't need balls in your mouth like that. Yeah. That's exactly what I've been thinking. Like, boba tea on its own, perfectly fine. Me personally, I don't like the balls in my mouth, but I don't judge. I'm not the kind of person that judges, okay? If you like your boba tea to have balls in it, if you don't mind having some balls in your mouth when you drink your boba tea, hey, you do you. It's just not for me, all right? It's fine.
Before we continue, I just want to say a quick thank you to our sponsor for today, Bombas, who...
Oh, no, it's a sponsor. Okay. Let's skip over to here. Oh, no, I'm scared. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. What have we got here? cucumber, garlic, cilantro, sesame, soy sauce. So far, all of that kind of makes sense. I could see cucumber being in that. Garlic, maybe. Cilantro is a bit of a stretch. Soy sauce, sesame seed oil. I mean, yeah, you could definitely make something with that. Sprite. Fucking Sprite of all the... Oh, I need to be strong. I need to be strong, Chad. Oh, God. Why? No. No.
Okay, we've officially arrived at the bizarre portion of the video.
Yeah. No, this is definitely getting into bizarre territory already.
Because this one is a cold noodle recipe using Sprite. It's wild, but this is a viral take from China that's supposed to completely transform Shin Ramen into something super refreshing on a hot day. So, we shall see. Starting with the core flavor base, I have some grated garlic, some crushed chili flakes, sesame seeds, and also just half of the seasoning packet in a bowl here.
Okay.
And right over the spices, I'm pouring on some hot oil, making essentially a quick chili oil that smells amazing.
Okay, this makes a little bit more sense. Adding the sesame and the... She make chili oil. That makes sense.
Next step is to add in Sprite.
Oh, God. Oh,
like
God.
actual Sprite soda. Not cooking it down or anything. Full carbonation and sweetness.
Carbonation. Carbonation in the chili oil. Oh, God. Oh,
you can't see me behind the camera, but watching this fizz like crazy while I'm trying to stir it up was just fascinating. And to balance out that sweetness, we do have some Chinese zhenjiang
okay.
vinegar and soy sauce. And really just
Smart.
adding that to taste. So a lot of adjusting, mixing, testing it
Yep.
out until you have this extremely flavorful, sweet and savory, spicy broth sauce situation.
Oh,
also,
boy.
this time after boiling the ramen noodles, I'm shocking them in ice water to give them that chewy texture before draining it completely.
Okay.
So once that's done, they go right into the bowl with our prepared broth, topped with some sliced cucumbers, scallions, cilantro, even some lemon slices.
Lemon slices?
Can't believe we started from a Shin Ramen packet and a bottle of Sprite, but here we are.
I'm so confused. I have a bad feeling about this. I mean, the chili oil, that makes sense. That kind of makes sense, right? Making your own little chili oil. But adding Sprite, bro.
Gosh, this smells so good. It is actually so rare that the one that I'm most skeptical about is also the one that I've been looking forward to the most. The fact that we used Sprite as the sauce, we didn't even cook it off. That is pretty crazy as a concept to me. Like, I know Coca-Cola chicken wings are a thing, but this time we are straight up...
Wait, Coca-Cola... I digress.
Just pouring, like, sugar in here, and I don't know. We shall see. It smells so promising, though. I'm gonna try a bite with the cucumbers. What? I don't know why I blew on the noodles.
Careful. I mean, in my family, we use Pepsi on our ham before cooking. Oh. I mean, that's not bad of an idea. Okay. It's not a bad idea, Kibo. It's just that I never thought... I genuinely never thought that cooking chicken... I never thought cooking chicken with Coca-Cola was a thing. Like, that concept never... I never would have thought of that.
You guys, this one is crazy. Oh my god. I genuinely would not be able to tell you that there was Sprite in here. I think the Sprite honestly just like substitutes for the sugar that we normally put in here, and then the spice packet is basically the MSG. But this together with the springiness of the ramen noodles, it is so bouncy, so chewy.
Whoa.
This is actually insane. This is so close to like an actual cold noodle dish. And the fact that it utilizes the ramen packet itself too, it's not just like something where we toss it away. I know it's a little early, but I think this really might be the winner here.
What? Wait, what? Is good? Wait a minute, that was actually good? And the Sprite just kind of acted as like an alternative to the sugar that's usually in a chili oil? Uh-huh.
I could eat this as a normal everyday meal. Even right now, I'm like, I keep eating it. I already
Wow.
had so much and I can't stop. That sweetness works together so well. Very, very refreshing. Oh my goodness. Okay. Wow. Sprite and instant ramen, what do you know? It works. No questions. A straight 10 out of 10. I would give this an 11 out of 10 if I...
11 out of 10 for a ramen that had Sprite in it.
I am so impressed. I can't get over it. This is so good.
That is what. There's another one with Sprite, sesame oil, and plum syrup with Sprite. Oh no.
Alright, what do you know? We have another Sprite-based recipe lined up. But this time, we have a Korean take that takes a completely different approach.
Okay.
Instead of a ramen packet, we're going with a ramen cup. And that's because instead of boiling the noodles in water, I'm actually soaking them directly and only in Sprite for about 30 minutes.
What? You're boiling the noodles in the Sprite. What is my life? What the fuck just happened? Soaking. I know she's soaking them, not okay.
Until they...
But still, soaking the noodles in Sprite. Oh God, why? Why? Straight up. Why?
They soften. I feel like even the soda thinks it's crazy, but we're doing it anyways, and we'll see if it actually is workable in half an hour. While I'm waiting, this is when I can get started on the seasoning sauce, which we're going to create with some plum syrup, sesame oil, Sprite, and the seasoning packet. Now, I didn't have the Korean plum syrup at home, but I did have this peach syrup, which I'm using instead for that fruity sweetness.
Fair.
And a little bit of vinegar to add back in some tang. And then to that, I'm adding in a few spoonfuls of Sprite, the seasoning packet, and a little bit of sesame oil to just round it out. Until we end up with this sweet, tangy, spicy sauce.
This is getting wild.
Soaked noodles now.
This is getting wild.
I was very concerned that it wasn't going to be usable, but the noodles actually loosened up pretty easily with a texture that was tender but still bouncy.
Huh.
Very unexpected. But with the sauce.
And then it's going in with the sauce.
This is honestly looking pretty tasty.
What?
This one also smells very refreshing, kind of going along with our code noodle theme. Given how successful the last one was, I now have high hopes for this one.
I am scared, but she's already got high hopes for the Sprite, so not too surprising.
It smelled really promising, very sesame oil forwards right now. Also, I'm just really surprised at how much the noodles actually softened up even without hot water or, you know, being microwaved at all. This is, again, just soaked purely in Sprite, so. I think I'm a little confused. There's definitely sweetness and...
I'm confused too. I'm confused. I'm confused that this is even a thing.
Spiciness. I think I'm confused because the initial taste actually tastes pretty good. I get all of those flavors in there, but I feel like the aftertaste is mostly just like straight sugar.
Yeah.
The Sprite a lot more versus the first one, where I feel like everything else kind of covers the taste. This one is a little more Sprite forward, which I'm not sure we want.
Yeah.
I think it has potential with a bit of adjustment here and there. I do wonder if it would have made a significant difference if I put the original plum syrup. But as it is currently, I think this one is a 6 out of 10 for me. I think it's missing something, but
That's fair.
There are things to be done to make this better. Sprite is crazy.
No, you're right. Sprite is absolutely insane. Okay, this is the sex recipe. Coconut milk. I can't have coconut milk, so I already can't do this recipe, but it's fine. Now, I have used peanut butter before. I've definitely used peanut butter when making my ramen for sure. I think it helps to kind of sweeten the broth up a fair bit. So, you know, that's not too out of the ordinary.
Now that we've transitioned into cup ramen noodle hacks, here...
Yep, we're in the cup ramen. We're in cup ramen territory now.
Here's a fun one that also uses a different type of liquid to cook the noodles. Coconut milk is what we're going with here. So it's about to get really creamy.
Oh boy, I'm
Is
scared.
pretty thick, so it does take some time
I'm scared.
and patience, where I'm just pouring it bit by bit, letting it seep down through the noodles before I'm adding in some more, and rinse and repeat until I have the cup filled right up to the line. That's when I can pop it into the microwave and just microwave that according to the package instructions. Takes about 3 minutes or so. While it's hot, I'm just adding in the seasoning packet and another star ingredient, a generous spoonful of peanut butter.
Okay.
Give it all a good mix until you end up with this very luxurious and creamy sauce. Actually, it's not really a broth anymore at this point. Some cilantro, and we have a very decadent ramen experience waiting for us.
A creamy cocoa cup.
Right off the bat, I have to say this one is incredibly decadent. It almost looks like some type of creamy pasta with how thick the broth, the sauce is at this point. It's a lot of coconut.
Yeah, that's a thick ramen right there. My God.
Milk. So I wonder if this is going to be super coconut forward. Huh. It tastes very different from how it smells. It smells like peanut butter and coconut, which makes sense given that that's the two things that we put in here. But when tasting it, the peanut flavor kind of falls to the back. Instead, you get more of that coconut milk creaminess and also that spicy beef flavor from the ramen seasoning package.
Right.
I will say it is a very, very heavy bite though. It almost feels like eating a super creamy mac and cheese, where it kind of just like coats everything in your mouth. So unless I feel like you're having an intense craving or you're just very into that kind of flavor profile, this is a lot to eat at once.
I'm not sure about the idea of adding cocoa milk or coconut milk. It's a bit much. It's a bit much.
Used up the entire can of coconut milk trying to...
Yeah, the fact that you had to use a whole can. I'm not even gonna ask.
Cook this ramen through. So Very interesting take. I've never had instant ramen this way. We'll give it props for novelty, but in terms of overall rating, 5 out of 10 for me too.
Yeah.
It's a lot. Even as I'm talking right now, I feel like I need water. Great for one bite. I'm not sure for the entire meal.
Yeah. Okay. Milk, brie cheese, and scallions. Huh? At this point, every time I see a new ramen recipe now, I'm just like, what the fuck are we doing?
Here's another one that feels like pure indulgence. And if you are a mac and cheese person, I think you might like this one. So starting it off as per usual with a Shin Ramen cup, seasoning packets go straight in, directly onto the dry noodles. And for creaminess, we're going to be filling this up with milk instead of water this time. Ideally,
Oh, this is for the sake of creaminess. Okay. Okay.
whole milk if you really want that mac and cheesiness.
Let's see how well this goes.
It doesn't stop there though. It gets fancier because the magic ingredient for this recipe is brie. That's what's really going to give it that ooey gooey cheesiness we're looking for. The brie I got also has chives in it, so I thought that was a nice addition. Not necessary though. You don't have to cut them up too much. It's almost nicer when it's chunkier. They just go right on top of the noodles and with the milk into the microwave for about 3 minutes again. And this is what that looks like, fresh out of the microwave, still bubbling on top. I'm giving everything a good stir to just help the cheese melt, and this one definitely feels a little more difficult to get the noodles to loosen up. It takes some patience.
Takes a bit of time.
The broth is also still kind of watery. I tried letting it sit for a few minutes to let it thicken some more, but this is as far as I could take it. Still looking good though. Top it off with some scallions.
There you go.
That is a spicy ramen and cheese hybrid.
Raw mac and brie. Good one. That's a pretty damn. All right. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Here we are with another creamy one. Like actually, like it smells like mac and cheese. The cheesiness of it. You can also definitely see the layer of fat in here. Ooh. Let me try with the broth.
Okay.
Oh, this one actually kind of tastes like a carbonara. Maybe the American version of it, where it's like.
Wait. It's more like a carbonara. I have milk. I don't have that exact cheese. I've got shredded cheese. Maybe I could make this. But I would have to make it if I had like the cup variation. I don't have the cup variation. I just have the packet. I just have the packet variety of the Shin Ramen. So
Extra creamy without that sort of eggy flavor. It's actually really pleasant. Even if you don't like brie, I actually think you might enjoy this. The taste of it, the smell of it can sometimes be overwhelming, but I feel like when you mix it together in this way, it kind of just mellows out in the broth. It takes all of that funk out in its place. You just get the umaminess of it.
Either way it works. That's pretty much what I'm Yeah. I never expected that to kind of work.
Creamy indulgence of it. The noodles might not be pasta, but I feel like it does give you some sort of that satisfaction. If you just want something quick and easy. The aftertaste really does make me feel like I just ate some sort of fusion pasta. So I can imagine if this was even creamier, people might love it a lot. So, wow. I'd give this one a 7.5 out of 10. It's worth a try.
7.5 out of 10? That makes sense. Last recipe here. Egg, rice, and scallions. You know what? Fuck it. Why not throw rice into the mix? Why not?
This final hack on the list is actually a rice dish. I think this actually became very popular in our lockdown days, so much so that restaurants now actually have it on their menu. We went full circle.
Oh.
Is to crush our noodles. I tried doing it directly in the cup. Do not recommend. Didn't work out. So really, the better thing to do is to transfer the noodles to a bag. Use it as stress relief and just crush everything as best as you can until the noodles are roughly in these smaller chunks. Putting everything back in the cup along with the seasoning packets.
Okay.
And then adding just enough boiling water to wet the contents. Really just up until the noodles are covered. We're not looking for soup this time.
Got it.
Cover it up and let it sit while I start working on the fried rice. Pretty straightforward. Heated up my pan, added in some oil, and I'm just quickly scrambling an egg, getting it to about half cooked. Then in goes my leftover rice and just stir frying all of that until it's totally heated through and nicely coated. A nice egg fried rice.
Lovely.
And now I can add in the soaked ramen mixture.
Ooh, wait. That's not a bad idea. Do I have any rice? I think I do. I do have rice. I could cook up some rice, put in the fridge. Maybe I could make this with... I'm just thinking about it. Like this does look pretty easy to make.
And there should be no liquid left. Just these nicely seasoned ramen squiggles. The important step is to keep stirring and tossing constantly because we want any excess moisture to evaporate, and also most of the flavor is coming from the noodles. So I just want to make sure it's distributed properly through.
God, how have I not tried this? I've got to make that at some point. I really have to make that.
Wow.
That looks too good.
Salt to taste, and then I'm actually transferring everything back to the ramen cup.
And then it's all going back in the ramen cup.
You plate it up nicely. So then once
You're doing it to plate it up.
In there tightly,
right.
I can then invert it onto a plate to create this perfect dome of fried rice.
I hate how good that looks. I hate how good that looks. Man.
Who knew I'd be eating rice in a viral ramen recipe video? But I think I really felt the impact of this when even like restaurants that started opening up in the city started selling this on the menu. They kind of actually serve it like this, you know? The cup on top, the mountain of rice at the bottom. And so today we shall be trying it. This one's a little more gourmet even because it has more ingredients in it, but I can't imagine this not being good. I mean, it's fried.
You're jolly that it is not in your belly. God damn it. God damn it, Kibo. I hate that you're right. I hate the fact that you're right. But let's see what Inga thinks about it.
Rice with ramen seasoning and a little bit of noodle in there that add to the texture. There's no way this is not going to be good. So
yeah, there's no way it's not going to be good, you know?
Very important, I will say, to use leftover rice so it's not too soggy with...
Noted. Absolutely noted.
The additional noodles, but really can't complain. It's just a super simple way to season your fried rice, especially when you use the more gourmet Shin Ramyun black version.
Yes.
Those extra ingredients, like I'm getting like the really meaty mushrooms in here. Ooh, I didn't even need to add extra scallions because it already had everything in there.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. That's the crazy part to this whole thing.
There's definitely a lot of ways to jazz this up too. You could add sausages, you could add Spam, you could add kimchi. Could probably even do a cauliflower rice version. Super, super solid. I have no notes. Great base to work off of to do as many things as you want. Right. So I'm gonna give this an 8.5.
8.5 out of 10. Well, fuck. Now I gotta try this. Now I gotta try to make this somehow. I should have. Yeah, no, I got enough money. I've got enough money to buy like a Shen Ramen Black with the broth in it, I think. I'm trying to be careful. I'm trying to be careful with my spending at the very least. So we'll do that. Give it a try. and hopefully it will be good. Of course, I have to cook the rice a day before.
Kind of nice to be eating some rice after all those noodles.
Yeah.
There it is. 8 of our Shin Ramyun recipe hacks. I think you guys already know which one's my winner. That one with the Sprite and...
The fucking Sprite one, man. I mean, if I had chili oil, I would absolutely want to make that. But I'm just like, Sprite? You want me to get Sprite as well? It was a little off-putting, okay? It was a little off-putting.
So good. If there's one you have to try, that is the one. And honestly, if you want to experiment,
Fair enough.
I got my 20-pack box at Costco. If you like.
Of course you went to Costco. Oh, of course you went to Costco to get the full 10-pack of the ramen and shit.
Like this video, if you'd like to see more
I'm not jealous.
recipes, remember to like and subscribe.
I'm not jealous
Otherwise,
at all.
I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one.
Bye-bye. Oh, man, that one was pretty fun. I'll admit, I like that one. I like that. You know what? It does look like ads are going to be coming up here pretty soon, so I'm actually going to be right back. Oh, no, come on. Let me get that open. Okay. I'll be back in a bit.
Do not be alarmed. I repeat. Do not be alarmed. Your program will return shortly. Please give me your Prime subscription. Thank you for your support. Have yourself a lovely day. Do not be alarmed. I repeat. Do not be alarmed. Your program will return shortly. Please give me your Prime subscription. Thank you for your support. Have yourself a lovely day.
And we're back. Although it does look like ads are going to be starting here pretty soon. So let me make sure. Yep, there it is. Chat, we'll be right back after these messages. Don't go away.
It was almost lunchtime, and Paddington thought he'd stop for a sandwich. I've always had marmalade, thought Paddington. Maybe I ought to try something different. Really rather good. Hello, would you like some? Oh dear. I think you'd better come with me. Squeezy Marmite. Sandwiches need never be done.
쿠겐쇼와 안드로이드가 만났네요. 풀터치 앱, 편리한 쿼티 자판까지.
더 중요한 건 무선 인터넷을 무료로 쓰는 안드로이드 탑재폰이라는 거죠. 쿠겐쇼의 첫 번째 안드로이드 탑재폰, 안드로 1.
포켓다가 쇼했다가 쿡앤쇼.
I know you like your outfit stylish, any other line but the Gap is childish. Everybody working as your personal stylist, you're falling. Once you hear the Gap calling, you can't resist the shopping, big ballin', non-stopping, yes, y'allin'. Jeans popping in every mall in town and city. GAP, gritty, ready to go for us, by us, on the low. G, that's for getting the A for always. P, that's for power and the people that praise. Backwards, P for popular, A for attitude. G, get it going, Daddy, Gap is on the move. How easy is this? Fall into the Gap.
Hi, it's Vince with ShamWow. A regular towel doesn't work wet. This works wet or dry. This is for the house, the car, the boat, the RV. ShamWow holds 20 times its weight in liquid. Look at this. It just does the work. The ShamWow sells for $19.95, but you get one for the house, one for the car, two for the kitchen and bathroom. But if you call now, we'll give you a second set absolutely free. Here's how to order.
Monkey, you know I always say there's no other T to beat PG.
Yes?
Well, if you're lying. Like when you said there was an angry owl in the biscuit cupboard.
Okay, Chopster, pay attention.
Welcome back from the ad breaks, chat. I've got a thing of broccoli already defrosting in the microwave, so we got a little bit more time. Ooh, this one's interesting.
Hello?
Rating 8 viral air fryer recipes. Okay. Oh, hang on. Kibo got some ads. All right. Fight or Flight Con R-rated action movie. Mike and Ike Sandisk. Oh, it's an R-rated action film. Got it. Mike and Ike Sandisk Creator Series, Hardee's, Choice Hotels, McDonald's McCrispy Strips in Spanish, and VRST men's athletic wear. Okay, here we go. Air fryer recipes. This should be fun.
Hello and welcome back. Today we are testing and ranking a bunch of viral air fryer recipes. It's going to be a fun time.
I'm sure it will.
So here we are again with the Ranking Viral Recipes series, and I feel like this one in particular has been a very highly requested video because a lot of us have air fryers at home and want to sort of explore its untapped potentials. And as someone who was kind of late to the air fryer trend, I have also been doing a bunch of exploration on my own, and I have been very pleasantly surprised by the amount of things it can do. And so,
trust me when I say this, I've been late to certain trends before, right? I've absolutely been late to a trend here and there. Air fryer, yeah, I was late to that one for sure. By honestly, I don't know by how long, but I imagine I was at least a little late for that.
So for today, as per usual, I have scoured the internet and curated a list of 8 viral recipes that I think would be really fun for us to dive deep into. I will say I have really high hopes for a lot of the recipes today. So let's get into it. So this pork belly recipe is something that I've actually been wanting to try for a very long time. I think I first saw it on the Chinese version of TikTok, and I just remember being so impressed by how easy it seemed, and also the crispiness of the end product. I'm using 2 very thick strips of skin-on pork belly, which I'm trying to poke some holes into.
Okay. Am I the only person that has never, I don't know how to put this. I've never used or bought a thing of pork belly, right? I bought steak. I've bought ground meat. I've even bought ground meat in the form of patties, but never pork belly. That's interesting. That's an interesting addition there for sure. I gotta give that a try.
Just the skin.
I gotta give that a try sometime.
Having it bubble and crisp up later. For the seasoning, there's 5 spice powder, white pepper powder, sugar, salt, and a bit of Shaoxing wine, which is super aromatic and adds a lovely depth to the meat. So then when you combine it all together, this
Shaoxing wine. Okay.
A very flavorful paste. A marinade that I'm just rubbing all over the meaty parts of the pork belly for flavor. Not the skin though. That part we do want to keep dry. The next thing is to make a box of sorts with some foil or parchment paper if you prefer. Just a small step that helps with the cleanup later, but also I feel like it helps the pork belly retain its shape better while it cooks.
Smart.
Now it's all tucked into its little foil blanket. Before we pop it in though, I'm also brushing on a layer of vinegar onto the skin. This can help absorb the moisture and dry it out even faster. It's the same reason why I'm adding on a thick layer of salt here in what we call a salt crust technique. Don't worry, it's coming off later. It's not going to be too salty. Right now we're just doing all the things possible to aim for maximum crispiness. Once that's ready, into the air fryer it goes at a lower temperature of around 250 degrees Fahrenheit. And this part really is about cooking the meat slowly, but mainly, again, to dry out the skin further. You can see now that the salt crust has hardened, and it should be pretty easy to just remove it piece by piece. And I'm just dusting any remaining specks off before brushing on a layer of oil, because for this next step, we're going to turn the heat up real high. Once again, this is going to help the skin really crisp up and bubble pop. Now I can sort of understand why it can end up being crazy crispy, because there really is a lot of effort going into making sure that happens. And will you look at that? The bubbles are bubbling. The skin really crackles up beautifully in there, and you can kind of hear how crisp it is already. And because there's so much fat in pork belly,
there's a little bit of crispiness in there.
Is still able to stay tender and juicy, so you end up with all these amazing layers of textures, crisp, fatty, tender, and it really looks quite stunning. Served with a side of mustard, it's perfection.
The crispy oink.
I'm very excited for this one. I already have the rice ready, purely because
that's a clever one. I like it.
Growing up, roast pork, we call it, an iconic Hong Kong Cantonese dish. I'm truly just amazed at how crispy the skin is on here. It is actually crazy. Beautiful, crackling pork skin on the top. As a roast pork fan, I will tell you that this is what brings me the most delight. I was also a little bit worried because I know mine was kind of already split into 2 strips versus like an entire slab, but you know what? It's still juicy, it still feels tender, and it smells right. The flavors smell on point. I also have some mustard here because that's how we enjoy it in Hong Kong. For the first bite though, meat only. That crunch, my goodness.
Mmm.
That was a really big bite of meat, but that was so good. That was actually really good. The thing
That
about pork
sounds
belly
like
is
a
that
pretty
they have
good,
both the lean meat in
pretty
there
good
and
crunch
the
there.
really fatty pieces. The joy is to eat it both together. I should have probably cut this into smaller slices, but the flavor, the texture, and I think there is just like the right amount of seasoning on the meat itself. That salt bake on top, it really doesn't make it overly salty at all. It tastes really close to the real deal, which is really impressive.
Nice.
With the mustard is like a little bit of spice. This is a great go-to recipe. 10 out of 10, no questions. As a first try, already fantastic. I can only imagine how much better it's going to get from here. And it looks so impressive. 2 thumbs up. I'd give 3 if I could. This one's a fun one. As someone who's a sucker for ooey gooey campfire marshmallows, I immediately knew I had to give this 5-minute s'mores dip a try. And to make sure we're not making a crazy mess in the air fryer, I'm using these paper liners to hold the marshmallows in place. And these ones should fit right into my hands. Not gonna lie, when I first saw this recipe, it was this exact visual of chunky marshmallows all neatly lined up that made me, well, in polite words, salivate.
Salivate,
This is what I call
of course.
ASMR for the eyes. And these go in first to soften up for a few minutes while I get the chocolate ready. And the thing is, it's an indulgent sweet dip, so I feel like you can really take liberty with whatever you want to put in. I went for a chocolate bar that has a bunch of fillings in it. So there's caramel, pretzel, almond, nougat, all the things. And same thing for the crackers, the biscuits. I thought it'd be fun to do a DIY cracker platter, so it's kind of why I'm arranging an assortment of different sized ones, different textures. But of course, you can also totally just do the OG graham crackers only. And now the marshmallows are all fluffed up. They're pretty soft at this point, so it should be easy to just sneak in bits and pieces of chocolate. Just tuck them in snugly between each floof. And can you tell I really wanted this one to be extra chocolatey? Then air frying it for another 2 minutes or so for the chocolate to melt, marshmallows to get a nice golden color, and it's ready. Our decadent s'mores dip, served with a side of your favorite crackers. Y'all, this is crazy. I'm not sure this is for one person, but it does look super tasty. If you have people over, this would be such a fun thing to do. I'm gonna do a taste test, but there's no way this is not gonna be good, right?
That has gotta be. That looks good. Okay, hang on. My broccoli's ready. So let me go ahead. Oh god. Okay, let me grab them real quick and then make my sauce. I need to make a dipping sauce. Okay. Okay. Wait. I think it needs one more thing. Not quite. Okay, now I think I have something. It's interesting, for sure. Okay, come on, let me.
This just feels indulgent at this point. A perfect.
Oh, very indulgent, very indulgent for sure.
Marshmallow. As someone who really likes ooey gooey marshmallows, who always ends up somewhat burning her marshmallow at the campfire, this is a foolproof way of getting that creamy ooey gooey center while also getting a nice toasted golden brown on the outside. And you get copious amounts of it. I mean, honestly, you can put fruit in here, like strawberries dipped in here. You know what? The marshmallow fluff actually stays there for quite a bit. You can go for as big of a bite as you want or as little. These are kind of genius. I gotta stop giving 10 out of 10s, but this is a 10 out of 10 air fryer recipe. It's
the s'mores dip. Oh boy. I don't know if that's a good idea for me to make that. That's oh god. I mean, it would be interesting to make for like a summer outing, maybe for other people, like if they want to try it, but I don't know. It's a bit much for me. Just saying. Just saying.
The tastiness, it's the fun factor, solo effort, but you know the people are gonna love it. So I'm so doing this the next time I host a dinner party.
Eggs, spinach, cheese and sour cream, tomatoes, onion powder. Egg pizza? What the fuck? Whoa.
This next one is what.
Okay, that really threw me in for a loop there.
All we're doing is just putting each ingredient in one by one, no frills, very straightforward. But when I went through the 700 comments the original video had, there was a very strong sentiment that the eggs should be scrambled before then. So that's the adaptation I'm doing.
Peggy, I'm going to return the tank.
Oh god. Thank you for the alert, Kibo. Thank you for the alert, Kibo. Need to fade out for a moment. Room is getting too hot. That's fine. We'll be here when you get back. Okay. Definitely scramble the eggs first, no question. All right, and then you.
For texture, I'm also adding in
cheese and sour cream in there.
And some cheese and mixing that in with the egg. That's it. Now, just like with the s'mores dip, I'm using the paper liner to hold the mixture in place. Starting.
Wait, air fryers had paper liners? Why did I not? God, why did I not think to get a paper liner for my air fryer? I never got one.
First with with a drizzle of olive oil
Damn.
before just pouring it all in.
Oh, okay.
And then the next couple steps really is just adding in the different toppings, like how you would with your preferred omelet.
Right.
So in goes the onion powder, some black pepper, there's cherry tomatoes that I've cut into halves, some fresh spinach. I also had some leftover scallions.
Okay. I'm not a big fan of spinach. I'm not a big fan of spinach at all, but like the very least she could have done was like cut up the spinach a bit. Maybe and dice it just so that way it look nicer, but okay.
Onions and spicy salami in the fridge, so I figured
Ooh,
I'd toss that in
okay,
as well,
spicy
why
salami, not a bad idea.
The last thing in is just some
And then
more
extra
mozzarella
cheese. Hell yeah.
And it's ready to go into the air fryer. Once again, super fast in terms of prep and cook time. And it comes out almost looking like a very topping-heavy egg pizza. Right? I do think, though, because I maybe added in more things to the egg mixture than the original recipe,
Yeah.
the insides were a little bit undercooked. So I just popped that into the air fryer again for a couple more minutes. So now it's firmed up a little more and ready to be sliced up and served.
Okay. Extra frittata.
This one took much longer than the original recipe suggested. It smells good. The texture is a little softer, even though I feel like I fried this for around 25 minutes at this point. The spinach, however, is a bit dried and burned, which I don't love. Everything else looks...
The reason why the spinach looks like that is because you didn't cut up the spinach first. I think the spinach would have worked a lot better if you just like cut it up and sprinkled it in. I don't know. They should have been smaller. The pieces should have been smaller. That's all I'm getting at.
pretty decent. It is essentially a frittata. I feel like it is a little softer than your usual frittata, which is, you know, usually a lot more firm. Though again, that texture is something I feel like you can tweak to your preference. Ooh, the salami is spicy. Considering the minimal effort, honestly, pretty good. I feel like it's a great side dish.
Nice.
Really great for people who meal prep, I think. Score-wise, though, I think I would give the original recipe a 6 out of 10.
That's
Mostly
fair.
because I feel like there's a lot of little things in here that I think can be done better. For example, I feel like if we blanch the spinach before tossing it in there, that might help it from burning so much. But I do think there's a good foundation here. So, still passes.
Tang yuan and puff pastry. Now this is getting interesting.
So this dessert recipe idea, I actually first heard about from my mom, who had tried it herself at home after seeing this pop up again and again on her feed, and she actually really enjoyed it. And the main reason why this dessert is so popular is because of how low effort but high reward it is. All you need are just 2 ingredients. One is store-bought puff pastry.
Store-bought puff pastry and sesame rice balls. If I had an Asian market where I live, I would absolutely be going out of my way to buy these, but I have neither. I have neither sesame rice balls or puff pastry. Puff pastry, I imagine I could probably get easier, but not the rice balls.
Which I've already cut
as hard as it is to believe.
Here. And 2, these glutinous rice balls that we call tangyuans. Texture-wise, it's almost like a softer mochi, and they usually come with a gooey, lava-like filling. This one's black sesame flavored, which is my personal favorite. There's no need to defrost it or pre-cook it. All you need to do is just wrap each ball in the layer of puff pastry and tuck in the seams as best as you can to one side so it retains its ball shape.
Okay.
Or if you want, you could jazz up the design a little bit and make these puff pastry pockets. Kind of like how you make an apple turnover or a Pop-Tart.
A little bit,
yeah. Making sure to seal the sides to prevent leakage, and that really is all there is to it. They kind of look like wontons right now. But just for fun, I'm also just trying different designs to see how it come out. And just before they go into the fryer, I'm brushing on some egg wash for that extra shine, that extra color. making sure to also space it out since they will expand a little bit while they cook. Usually pretty fast, about 10 minutes or so. And now they're all puffed up beautifully with a perfect ooey gooey surprise inside.
God, that looks way... Ooh. Those actually do look pretty good. Do I dare start trying to bake certain things in an air fryer? It's tempting. It's very tempting, without question. Very tempting. Mochi puffs.
We have an assorted collection here, and it smells very good. It smells very buttery because of the puff pastry. They are very warm from the air fryer, so still very flaky.
Mm-hmm.
I like flaky sounds.
Ooh.
I quite like the shape of this one. Turned out the nicest. I feel like there's the least variation with this shape. Not my first time making these puff pastry tangyuans, but I just wanted to do it again to enjoy it. Also, I feel like in the recent years there's been this like sort of craze for that mochi texture, so I feel like this would be a crowd pleaser. It's like immediately oozing out. Can you see? But
Careful.
like very decadent.
You gotta be careful.
Dessert where you get like the buttery layers on the outside, so it's crispy, it's flaky, and then you get the chewiness of the mochi, and then that like burst of flavor from within. It's just such an easy way to create a
That looks
dessert
so
that
good.
a lot of people would enjoy. Dangerous. This is dangerous.
Yeah.
This for me is a 9 out of 10. My mochi lovers, this one's for you.
Tofu. Okay. Okay, chili flakes, sesame, garlic, scallions, tofu, oils, I think soy sauce, and then oyster sauce. Wonder what this one could be for. I'm a little scared, but okay.
Now I know some of us say the air fryer is a glorified convection oven, which I think it has its own pros and cons. But something that I do think the air fryer does better for sure are recipes that try to get the crunch of a deep fry, like this tofu one right here. I have a slice of firm tofu that I'm cutting up into large cubes.
Okay.
And we're gonna fry it until it crisps up on the outside.
All right.
Before I do that though, I'm soaking it in some warm salt water first. This is super important because it not only helps tenderize the texture of the tofu, but also actually neutralizes its flavor while allowing it to maintain its firmness. So
nice.
Don't skip this step. It
definitely
a couple of minutes
don't
in
skip
the bath,
that.
Then it should be good to go.
Don't
I'm just trying to
don't
get rid
skip
of any
that
excess
step.
water, especially on that outer layer, because the next thing to do is to coat the entire surface of each tofu with some oil. Because the hope is, again, to get both that crispy exterior and also to get a nice golden color of a deep fry. Once again, just spacing it out so they're actually going to benefit from that circulation of hot air in there.
Okay.
And a few minutes later, the golden transformation has begun.
All right.
I was greedy though. I wanted even more color, so I continued frying it for a little longer.
That's
In
fine.
the meantime, I'm also prepping my sauce. There's garlic, sesame, scallions, chili flakes, and then I'm letting those flavors bloom with a splash of hot oil. Then in goes sugar, soy sauce, oyster sauce, and a bit of sesame sauce for some nuttiness. And that is ready for a drizzle moment.
Whoa.
How much the tofu has crisped up in there. And how
No
even
way.
that color is too. Sauce just goes right on top, however much you want, with an extra sprinkle of scallions. And I can't believe that is another air fryer meal.
That is unbelievable. This tofu that's been put in an air fryer, and then the extra ingredients, those were used to make the sauce. Okay. I don't think I could be convinced that easily to start eating tofu, but if I made this with Spam, on the other hand, it would probably be pretty good.
Here we have the tofu, like just perfect golden cubes. I really didn't think that we would be able to get this sort of beautiful golden color on the outside
Whoa.
and this kind of crispiness. Without a deep fryer, the air fryer continues to surprise us. The sauce, garlic,
Indeed it does.
tofu.
Indeed it does continue to surprise us. Also, had to do it to him.
So good. I think it's slightly tough because I cooked it a little longer, but
Yeah.
the potential has that crispiness on the outside,
Yes.
inside because of that saltwater bath we gave it. It's still tender. If I had enjoyed this hot, and if I had just taken down the cooking time a little bit, this would be really fantastic. I feel like the satisfaction it gives me is very much like as if I had a deep fried tofu, which is one of my favorite things to enjoy. So I will take responsibility for all faults here because I truly think that if you enjoy this straight out of the air fryer, served with that sizzling sauce on top, it would be one of my top air fryer dishes for sure. There's so many things you could do with the tofu itself as a base. Would give this a high 9.
I mean, I'm certainly impressed by the high score and how good it looks. If I was able to taste that, or if I was able to try it, it would be cool. But you know, there's only so many senses that the screen can utilize. It is what it is, really.
All the time.
But God, it looks good. Okay. Eggs, cake flour, sugar, lemon, milk, and oil. Should we make it a cake?
And we're back with another sweets recipe. Have you ever seen those super viral night market videos with the huge, fluffy, jiggly Castella cake? Well, this is supposed to be a copycat recipe done in the air fryer. And the first thing to do is to combine hot oil with flour. Unorthodox, right?
Yeah, that is already very unorthodox. Mixing in hot oil with flour? I would expect mixing in like water and flour, but not.
But what it does is
Not hot oil.
it pre-gelatinizes the starch and makes the batter thicker. But more importantly, this will help the cake rise higher and stay softer later.
Oh, okay.
Milk and also my yolks. And just keep mixing it until
Yep.
I get this
Just keep
sticky,
mixing.
almost custard-like consistency.
Right.
Because it's key that we want to keep the cake moist, I'm also preheating the air fryer with some water at the bottom. And we'll actually also
Smart.
bake it later with this water bath of sorts. So while that's preheating, I'm making my meringue base because this is where a lot of the lightness and fluffiness of the Castella cake comes from. I would say, think chiffon cake, that kind of area. So I'm just trying to be as delicate as possible while I combine the two. Just folding it in as gently as possible so even the batter itself can still stay somewhat fluffy and foamy looking. Remember, there's still some water left in this tray underneath, so fingers crossed it should help get this cake an even.
You gotta be careful for
It's
sure.
going to sit in the air fryer for almost an hour at a low temperature. The most
You have to cook this thing for an hour?
torturous part.
This had better be the most delicious Castella cake I ever saw.
Is probably the waiting.
It better be that good.
But look at this nice, even top now that it's done. The color is nice. There's a good rise. It feels very light and spongy.
Careful.
The only thing I didn't love about it was actually the flavor. Because I gave this a quick taste off camera, and I felt it tasted too much of the taste of oil. It's
See? Too oily.
itself like unflavored roux. So I actually very quickly attempted to do another version with butter instead of oil. Almost exactly the same steps, except for the part where I accidentally destroyed it completely while rushing.
No. I think the oil was supposed to help keep its shape, but you gotta be careful.
To take it out of the fryer. So here's the cupcake version of
Okay.
Castella cake 2.0.
Casella cupcakes. Yay. Aw. Poor Inga. She tried her best. She tried her best.
It's a little bit upsetting. I was really hoping it would work. I feel like the first time we tried this one with the oil, it came out looking really nice. Taste wasn't there. And then the second time we tried it with the butter, I'm going to have to try this one again. But for right now, at least we can get a little taste of the cake with this mini version. Super bizarre right now, mostly because this cupcake liner doesn't have too much structure.
Yeah.
But it is a perfectly cooked cake that I feel like can give us an idea of what the Castella cake would have been like.
This is at least something.
Castella cake is supposed to be super spongy, and it's supposed to be evenly cooked just like this, so this is actually perfect. If you want a foolproof way to do it that is a lot less time consuming, I would say do it in a smaller size.
Yep.
Great color on top. Still smells a little bit eggy, but you get that fragrance, I feel like, of the butter and the milk, which is really nice. Perfectly soft and fluffy. It's like a very airy sponge cake, which means you can probably devour like 4 of these in one sitting if you wanted. But because I feel like there's some inconsistencies going on here, I'd probably rate this one a 7 out of 10. If you can do it right though, ooh, you are in for a treat. Ooh, should I attempt this again? Let me know in the comments what you think.
Number 7. Oh boy. Yeah, I can already tell just by the ingredient list, I'm not going to be able to make this myself at all. Literally, the first ingredient I'm looking at, duck breast. Bruh, I don't have duck breast. And then you got the Maltose hoisin sauce, Shaoxing wine, don't have that either. 5 spice, I don't know what that is, and quite frankly, I'm too scared to ask. But yeah, I do not have any of these. I don't have any of these.
This is another recipe that I was very excited about. As someone who loves Peking duck, but is well aware of how pricey it is and how hard it is to find, I have really high hopes for this air fryer Peking duck substitute. Similar to the pork belly, getting the skin crisp is the main focus here. And the first step is to scald the meat. So just pouring boiling water directly on top of the skin, and you can almost immediately see it shrink and tighten. It also feels a lot firmer to the touch now.
Oh, okay. So you have to scald the duck breast first. Got it.
The next thing is to dry it again.
And dry it.
While normally Peking duck doesn't involve marinating the meat, since this is, you know, a hack of sorts and we're going with a breast instead of a whole duck, a bit of flavor makes sense. So I'm going in with some 5-spice powder again, hoisin sauce, and a bit of Shaoxing wine. Once again, spreading that mixture across just the meaty parts and keeping the skin as dry as possible still. So traditionally for Peking duck, they brush on a mixture of diluted maltose and vinegar. You could substitute with honey, but maltose does give it a bit more of that glossiness. Because it's super sticky, I'm diluting it with just a tiny bit of hot water and mixing with vinegar. So then this is what I can use to brush onto the duck skin.
Nice.
Just a couple layers before letting it air dry in the fridge for a day or 2. And here it is 24 hours later, even firmer than before, drier too, and now it can go into the air fryer. Same process as the pork belly, just slowly cooking the meat and drying the skin out further. And you can tell it's already starting to puff up, but to give it that extra boost and more of that caramel shine, I'm just brushing on even more maltose glaze and blasting
more maltose glaze
for maximum crispiness at the end here. And here she is, sizzling hot from the fryer.
Whoa. Whoa. God, that looks delicious. Wait.
Fat, the maltose syrup.
That breast. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Look at that shine.
I had to stop by the bathroom to throw up.
Look at that, Kibo. Oh, God, I hope you're doing well. Look at that shine, man. That's some really... That is a very lovely shine on that duck breast, for sure.
while it's resting, I'm also trying to make some Peking duck crepes on the side.
Okay.
It's a mixture of flour, water, and salt. It looks promising right now, but we're gonna find out if it worked or not.
All right.
The duck is extremely juicy. It kind of
Whoa.
makes me wonder if I should have let it rest for even longer.
That's a lot of juices. It's a lot of juices coming out of that duck breast. It's a concerning amount of juice just from that first cut, but oh god, that looks good. That actually does look pretty damn
With the
good.
plating, I really wanted to just sort of imitate how they'd serve it at an actual Peking duck restaurant. So I'm slicing up some cucumbers, some scallions, with some sweet bean paste on the side, and this is as close as it gets to homemade Peking duck.
Shortcut Peking duck.
This one looks really good. I love that you can see this like beautiful color up top.
Mhm.
That duck was so juicy. I will say this is also my first time making these crepe type situations, so I'm also curious to see how it tastes. Just going to do it Peking duck style. So I'm spreading on the sweet bean paste that I have right here.
Okay.
Putting on a piece of duck, some cucumber,
A little bit of the duck, cucumber.
scallions. It's a massive bite. And then I just roll it up.
That is huge.
So, and here we have a Peking duck wrap, in the style of it anyways.
Yep.
It looks so promising. I'm excited.
Ooh.
When I'm eating this all together, it does taste very much like Peking duck. It's mainly because all of the ingredients I have here are sort of the typical accompaniments you have with Peking duck.
Right.
Eating the duck on its own, it's still really good. I don't think I would call this Peking duck though. I think it is some variation of a roast duck. Still very good, but Peking duck I feel like is just a totally different category where it's just hard to replicate that same texture for both the meat and the skin. I think
Yeah.
it's an 8 out of 10. Because while it isn't a perfect substitute for Peking duck by any means, it is on its own still very good. And if you're somebody like me who enjoys eating duck, it's a fairly friendly and easy way to cook.
I mean, it looks appetizing just on its own, but a lot of the ingredients in that particular recipe, I just do not have them. Even if I were to try to go shopping for them, like a lot of the stuff, like the maltos, or the malates, and the Zhaojing wine, I don't have any of that. So I don't even know if there is duck breast. I really don't know if I'd be able to buy any kind of duck breast at all.
This type of meat. So, you know what? Worth a try.
Yeah, it's worth a shot. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. This feels cursed. We have a recipe that has flaming hot Cheetos and string cheese in it. Oh no. Oh god. How the hell is this gonna work? I mean, the egg and flour, I kind of see that working in some sense. Sure.
As always, saving the most bizarre one for the last.
Yep.
Granted, this one actually comes with rave reviews from everyone who's tried it. Hot Cheetos mozzarella sticks. The idea is that because there's...
Wait, hot cheese mozzarella? What the fuck? I'm sorry, but what the actual fuck?
So much flavor in the snack itself, you don't need to add any additional seasoning. The main thing to do is just to crush the chips down to as close to breadcrumb size as possible. So I'm really going in there with the rolling pin. So now we have this somewhat even hot Cheetos breadcrumb. It really is a very vibrant red. Then just like we would with any mozzarella stick, I'm assembling the breadcrumbing station with the egg mixture, flour. Just makes it super easy to go in there with the string cheese. And then with the hot Cheetos, the flavor for sure is going to be there. But I do also want more of that crunch, so I'm really trying to kind of press on as many crumbs as possible. Before the frying though, a critical step is to freeze the cheese sticks overnight.
Well, you have to freeze these overnight before. I mean, I guess so. Okay. All right. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just like, I'm weary. I'm very weary of this.
That can help make sure that they stay in their shape in the heat. I froze them for 24 hours, but I really wanted to get a better melt on the cheese, so I may have left them in the fryer for a little longer, which unfortunately made them deflate.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
But cheesy sticks we have.
Sad but spicy mod sticks. Yep. I mean, it's good to know that I could potentially be able to make my own, for sure. I think the only thing I would really need, for one thing, I would need the cheese sticks, right? And then another thing, I would need panko mix, right? I think that's the safest bet for me, is to just have the panko mix instead of hot Cheetos, like.
Well, would have made more again if I had more hot Cheetos at home, but this is all I have. Hey, look, you know, the thing is, if it's melted mozzarella, it's still going to be good, right? It's a little flat right now, but it's still bright red. Still smells like spicy hot Cheetos.
It absolutely smells like hot Cheetos.
I'm eating.
You know what? I can't argue with that cheese pull. That is a really delightful cheese pull for sure. That's a damn good cheese pull.
The beauty about overcooking your mozzarella cheese sticks is that it's definitely going to be melty.
Yep, very melty.
You really don't have to season it at all. All of that flavor, the cheesiness, the spiciness is coming from the hot Cheetos. And actually, I would argue, by eating it this way, it's probably less spicy than usual because the mozzarella cheese, the dairy, kind of helps balance out the spiciness a little bit.
A fair bit, yeah.
Looks a little bit like a fruit roll-up, but I do like these little golden bits of melted cheese in there. You know what? I'm not mad about it. It might not look the most appetizing right now, but if I had some late-night cravings for some junk food, some melted cheese, this would really hit the spot.
Yeah.
I would give this a solid 7 out of 10. Super easy
Nice.
way to throw together some mozzarella cheese sticks. Just depending on the air fryer, you can end up making a mess. And so there it is, all 8 of the viral air fryer recipes tested, rated. I feel like I've learned a lot more about what the air fryer can do. I do also want to say, in my research process, I did find a lot more air fryer recipes to test. So if you want to see another air fryer recipe video, let me know in the comments below. Otherwise, remember to like and subscribe as always, and I will see you in the next video.
That was pretty damn good. I'll give her that one. Are there any other videos I might have missed? Oh, there's a short one. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little scared because there might be copyrighted music in it. So let's just see what we got here. Escoffier and Zhang Ling are competing to feed Farina. Unforeseen culinary showdown. Excuse me. Okay, let's go. Aww. Okay, so one of them clearly made a cake, and then the other one probably made like a mochi ball of some kind. And yeah, the food's all over the floor now. Oops. Guess we're doing this. Fucking squeaks. Oh boy, I think this one made a gelatin of some kind, a gelatinous like cake, I guess. Kind of reminds me of the ladyfinger cake a little bit. This one, I don't know what that is. I was not expecting that. Sorry. What's with all the tongue licking, man? There's just so many tongues. There's too many. There's too many tongues. Too many tongues. Too many tongues to go around. Goddamn. Chill out. People really just need to chill out, man. Here. God, I was not expecting that. Hello, Dark Lord. Welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. Where's the store? This is not what I expected to see when I tuned into the stream. What in the chibi brain rot? I'm gonna need a moment to process what the actual hell I just watched. Look, man, I totally get that. I totally get that, man. Understandable. How long have I been streaming for? Almost 4 hours. That's pretty good. It's pretty dang good. Okay, next one here.
Hello and
I only made French food for 24 hours. Inga Lamb. All right. Let's fucking go.
hello and good morning. For the next 24 hours, I will only be making French
Oh God. Okay. The reason why I'm laughing is because I have a. Okay, there's this running joke this friend group of mine has. It's basically about how the French were a mistake. I don't know why it exists, but look, the main friend of mine, he's okay, maybe not French Canadian, but like he's Canadian. He understands there's like French Canadians out there. It's funny, okay? I don't know why it's that funny, but it is kind of funny.
So, as a lot of you know, I just came back from spending a month in Paris, France, where I feel like I fell in love with the cuisine a little bit. I was originally planning on doing a French food for 24-hour videos while I was there, but there was a plentiful supply of French cuisine, like literally right outside my doorstep. So,
yeah. I don't think you really needed to travel far to get French food. Let's just say that.
I feel like I focused on taking advantage of that. Research. But now that I'm back home, I kind of just wanted to take the day to recreate some of my favorite recipes. So here we are.
It's a good idea.
This is dedicated to French cuisine. There's going to be a lot of bon appétits. Also, this time, I've already done
a lot of bon appétits and a lot of wee. I imagine.
Most of my shopping because there's been a lot of preparation. But in order to have a proper French breakfast, I need to go and get a fresh baguette. So,
good idea.
I'll be right back.
Ooh. Look at all that bread. Ooh, that was a lot of confectionaries. God, they look so good. But might have eaten the Madeline behind the camera. That's fine. That is totally fine. Mission failed successfully, I guess.
feel like my baguettes just never make it back home.
Aww.
I'm actually going to have to save part of this for dinner, which shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah.
Right? In addition to the baguette, I must also have its counterpart, the croissant.
The croissant, of course. You've always got to have a croissant as part of the French cuisine. It's like, look, even Carl asked if he wanted a croissant. Are you going to finish that croissant? Oh God, I love doing that impression.
I actually see more people buying a croissant in the morning, and it's usually fresh out of the oven, warm and toasty and flaky. This is none of that currently. This is actually a day-old croissant, so it is a little stale. What I'm going to do is actually transform this into an almond croissant.
Ooh,
this is actually one of the things I learned towards the end of my course. It's essentially a way to reuse old croissants. And you saw it too at the bakery I visited in Paris. So I thought I'd give it a try today using my precious cookbook that I brought back in order to make an almond croissant.
Nice.
I have to make some almond cream. So that's what we're going to
almond cream. This should be fun.
Both a baguette and a croissant on this lovely morning. Here are my ingredients. We have some softened butter, eggs. Ran out of white sugar, so we're using light brown sugar.
That's fair. Sometimes you got to find alternatives.
Some fine almond flour, vanilla bean. The recipe calls to use rum, but I thought I would try using this mandarin liquor that I got because, you know, I feel like almond goes really well with citrusy flavors. Since I don't have custard powder, putting a little bit of cornstarch.
Okay, cornstarch. It's not a bad idea.
Just to help make it a little thicker. Let's mix this together. In goes the butter.
Nice.
Imperative that it's soft. I'm going to slowly add my egg.
Okay.
Second thought, actually was supposed to add the sugar first.
Oh, you're supposed to add the sugar. Shit. Look, it's fine. It's fine.
I was waiting to have my coffee with this breakfast, but maybe I should have had my coffee before. My mind is just all over the place. Almond flour. And the key is to mix it in, but not so much.
Right.
Otherwise, the cream might swell up a little too much.
Yeah.
Add the rest of the things. So this is kind of the consistency we're looking at. It's a little bit goopy. This is basically it. Smells
little goopy.
like a nice almond tart. Can actually make this in advance if you want. I already made my simple syrup, which is off to the side, cooling. Next part now is really to assemble and transform our sad little stale croissant. Here.
Just gotta transform our little sad, stale croissant into a better tasting croissant.
She is, behold, the stale croissant. We're going to slice this open.
Croissant.
Enough that we can open it. Really isn't that fluffy anymore, but no fear because our remedy is to drown it in syrup.
What? What? You I can't. I fucking can't. I can't get the words out. Carl Weiser is calling. Exactly. You're drowning a croissant in sweet syrup. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're gonna make a croissant fresh by drowning it in simple syrup. What is wrong with you? Oh my God.
Our chef actually said in some bakeries, people dunk the entire croissant into simple syrup. But
The
today
whole
we are
fucking
going
thing.
to pastry brush.
Okay, that's a relief. Okay, she's only gonna pastry brush the simple syrup on it. That's a relief.
I would like to avoid a crazy sugar high this early
Fair.
in the day. Gonna just do a little dab. I'm still being quite generous with it, let's be honest.
Oh.
I have my frangipane, and we're just gonna squeeze this on there.
Ooh.
Ta-da! And we're going to cover this.
Yep.
We're gonna do some on top here too.
Oh, okay.
Incredibly indulgent. Almond on top.
Chat, I'm looking at this. I'm just like, why does this look like a clam? Why does the croissant now look like a clam that's just presiding as a judge? By the power vested in me, this court in my sentence now. This court in my sentence. This court. God, just mentioning Carl Weezer made me think of how TED Talks showed the character on their channel when Rob Paulson had a presentation for TED Talks. I'll show you what I mean. Okay. Okay. It looks like a clam. It looks like a clam. It's a real frame from the video. Oh my god. Oh, it's too funny. What is that? Is this a shitty JPEG? Oh my god. Oh fuck, that's you know what, I'm gonna watch that after we watch this. Oh shit.
There you go. Look at that.
Oh,
And
this
we're
is
gonna bake
too
it
funny.
for around 20 minutes or so. Nice little twice baked almond croissant.
Oh, it's getting baked in the oven for 20 minutes. Okay.
And while that's baking, I'm going to slice up my baguette, which I'm going to serve with some of this very nice butter that I hope is so good because I've been saving it for this occasion. I think these butters went kind of viral because you can actually vacuum pack it there and bring it.
Ooh, you could vacuum pack butter? Wait, that's actually kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool, but
I may have bought one of each flavor, which in the name of research I did bring to class to have everyone rate their favorites. I personally am in love with this lemon butter at the very end. I could just eat it straight.
God, this looks so promising. Vacuum packed.
The onion one, the spicy one, and the lemon one, which just looks like normal butter. And it is done. It smells so good. Like the crackling on top of cream puffs. Also, there are 2 almond croissants here because I made one very quickly, just in case. But you know what? They both kind of look really good.
A little bit, yeah.
And here's the second one.
Ooh, that second one. Oh, that second one's going through it a little bit. Like look at the almond drizzle.
I was a little more generous with the almond cream on this one, so you can see that it's kind
fucking
of
ginormous.
Now we're going to put everything on a proper breakfast plate. Make my espresso. Should be ready to sit down. Get ready for the day.
Ooh, there you go. Yeah, get the powdered sugar all over on the top. Hell yeah. That looks so good. That actually looks really good.
Nothing like a shot of espresso to wake the body up. No yogurt today. I feel like we have plenty going on already. It's actually
Fair.
my first time making this since I came back. That was an extremely satisfying bite. I was putting on all that syrup and I was worried. I was like, oh wow, this is like a lot. Is this going to be really crazy sweet? No. If anything, the dough just kind of soaks it up beautifully and balances it out. Do you see that frangipane right in the middle?
Ooh.
And twice baking it this way really does sort sort of resuscitate the croissant, trying the other croissant just to be sure.
Wow.
Same thing. Remember how it was like super firm earlier?
Yeah.
Now it's like perfect, tender, flaky again. I don't know if I ever need to buy an almond croissant outside again. I highly recommend.
That's so cool. That's pretty damn cool.
I also
Oh,
just
man.
try a little bit of this butter.
Yeah, you gotta try the butter. With the you gotta get a baguette. Scoop up a bit of the butter. All right.
This butter is just so rich and creamy. Even the butter itself, without the flavoring, has so much richness. I could eat this every day. Nice, great start to the morning. Then I'm actually gonna go take a French lesson. I was being very serious about wanting to be better at speaking French, but for now, a moment of peace.
Yeah. Little moment of peace for sure. And hey, nice, good for her for wanting to learn French. Hell yeah.
Okay, I am full and energized, ready for my French class. I've actually been trying to learn French a couple months before my month-long stay in Paris, and especially now knowing that a lot of internships in France actually require you to speak French. There was a lot of kind of using different apps, a lot of watching TV shows like Lupin, listening to French songs. You know, I was just trying to maximize my time with the French language. But I realized that even with all of that, it was still incredibly hard to actually speak the language in front of people. Like I would go to a bakery in Paris and just choke up trying to say une baguette s'il vous plaît.
Aww. It's okay, Inga. You're trying your best. It's all that matters.
I wasn't sure about my pronunciation. I didn't want to be laughed at. I just felt very not confident. Something that's been really helping me with that I wish I started earlier, are these classes I've been taking with the language school Lingoda. What I honestly
Add. Skip ahead a bit.
start learning new skills. I'm gonna go back and run through my flashcards again. We're gonna be introducing our jobs today, so good luck to me.
Good luck.
I can do this. All right. Took me another half an hour to go through my notes and respond to some emails, but here we are for lunch. When I saw in Paris, a lot of people either grab sandwiches for lunch or they would go to a bistro, and one of the most common menu items I'd see are these croque monsieurs, which, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like is very much the fancy Parisian version of a grilled cheese. So for lunch today,
It's the fancy version of a grilled cheese. That should be fun. That sounds like a lot of fun.
Pretend we're at a nice Parisian cafe somewhere. But what's going to be special about today's lunch is that I will be making the bread from scratch. Specifically, sandwich bread.
Whoa. Okay. I know sandwich bread, it's not that exciting, but like, okay, let me go back a bit.
Making the bread from scratch. Specifically,
look at how square that is. That is the squarest bread I have ever seen.
Sandwich bread, pain de mie, as its name suggests.
Pain de mie.
For sandwiches. And as we all know, bread takes a lot of time, so I actually started this process 2 days ago, starting with the fermented dough. I'm just mixing some flour, water, salt, and yeast together. I tried to do this on a stand mixer at first, didn't really work out, so I ended up just doing it by hand.
Yeah.
It was a nice little arm workout, as I always say, and essentially I just kept kneading this until it was totally smooth. Once that's ready, I'm just placing it in a bowl and letting it ferment in the fridge overnight. And the benefit of adding fermented dough is really just to add to the flavor. It gives it a little bit of acidity and also extra strength, which will then help with its texture. And so then the next day, I got started with my base dough. And I'm just combining a bunch of ingredients: flour, both my water and milk, sugar, yeast, salt, butter, and also my fermented dough. Continue kneading the dough until it becomes just very supple and it has some sort of elasticity. This is where I let my dough ferment at room temperature for around 45 minutes or so. You can see that it's super poofy, so now is the degassing process where I'm just punching it flat down again. So then I can reshape it and carefully carry this big baby dough into this loaf pan that I've already oiled. The next thing is really to let it proof in a steam oven for around 1.5 hours. I don't have a steam oven, so what I'm doing instead is having it rest with a bowl of boiling water, which should help create some sort of steam. I will say, I think I may have underestimated the sheer size of this dough. So some of it ended up spilling out a little bit, which I've trimmed off, but I baked it, and here we have our pandemie.
Well, I'll be damned. That's God. That's some pretty dang good pandemie right there.
You can see that I sliced off this.
Yeah, look at that. It's not perfect, but overall, that is some really square bread for sure.
But it has the perfect 4 edges. So all I have to do now is slice this up so we can continue with our lunch making.
Minecraft bread. Oh god. I can't believe that you're right. Steven Minecraft be like, bread, square bread. That should have been in the Minecraft movie. That really should have been in the Minecraft movie somewhere.
So here we have our 2 slices. I'm going to butter it using some of that French butter. I'm gonna be
French
real generous
butter.
with the butter here. Butter side
They love crushing a loaf.
down, so then the butter
Indeed they
underneath
do.
will give it like a nice crust. In terms of fillings, I have some French bistro ham and some Emmental cheese, Parmesan Reggiano, and also some sour cream. The ones I've typically consumed are made with bechamel sauce, but I found this recipe that uses sour cream that supposedly gives it like a lighter, tangier flavor, so I wanted to give that a try today. First things first, gonna grate up some of my cheese. Any cheese really kind of works. I just like Parmesan for its nutty flavor, and Emmental just melts really nice. Cheese is ready. A little bit of nutmeg.
Okay.
Sour cream. Now we're gonna mix it together until it becomes this like nice thick paste. Here it is, the paste. Just gonna slice this cheese into thin slices. And also ham. Favorite sandwich ham. And layer cheese right on top. Kind of try to fill it as best as we can. Trying not to be greedy, but at the same time. Okay, put a little bit of butter on top here as well.
Nice.
When we stack this right on top, this beautiful cream cheese mixture we just made, spreading it all the way through. So you get this nice layer on the very top.
Okay.
And now we can pop it in the oven.
Oh, this goes in. Okay. Little nervous, a little skeptical, but should turn out pretty good.
Around 10 minutes or so, and we'll check if it needs to go into the broiler. While we wait, in true bistro fashion, I am going to prepare some fries and salad. Looks like some sort of Stranger Things creature, the cheese bubbling. Here is what she...
Okay, yeah, no, it does look a little odd with the draping like mixture over the main part of the sandwich. But aside from that, that looks pretty good. That actually looks pretty good.
I'm gonna put an egg right on top to make it a madame. And voila.
Ooh. Okay, now you have my attention. Although, me personally, I probably would have sprinkled a little bit of pepper, maybe a little bit of cilantro. Yeah, since this is French food, I think a little bit of pepper and cilantro on there would have been a nice touch. But that does look pretty good.
La hook madame.
Hook madame.
What did I say about it looking like a fancy schmancy grilled cheese? Ooh. Gonna plate this up with fries and salad and all. Maybe even like have a glass of wine or something.
Maybe. You never know. Oh, God, that looks good. Alright, a little bit of a salad. The pepper.
Bon appetit. Have my glass of wine as well.
Look, you have to get the wine. You just have to get the wine.
Oh, whew. Man, this really brings me back to Paris. I feel like every meal for lunch was served with fries. I decided to go both options today, salad and fries, to be healthy. I was hoping we could get like a nice cheese pool with this, but I think I stared at it for a little too long. You see that buttery crust?
Buttery crust looks good too.
So many textures. The crispiness of the fried egg, creaminess of the cheese, crunch of the toast. I really just feel like I'm eating a very fancy ham and cheese.
Yeah.
I'm also pretty happy with this.
Pretty much. But God, it looks good.
Very solid meal. Now all I need is some sunshine, be on the sidewalk,
Yeah.
breeze on my face. Oh man, I don't know when I'll be home.
Hello, Trax. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. I was doing house cleaning, and you are really making me hungry. I know. I know. Look, we've been watching a lot of cooking videos as of late, and she seriously made a very killer, but very fancy, ham and cheese sandwich. To summarize, but God, it looks so good.
But perhaps in true French fashion, given that they don't really eat dinner until around 8 p.m. or 9 p.m., maybe I'll be hungry then.
Maybe.
And I am back. It is still quite bright outside. Think about summertime and...
Un croque, madame. Indeed, Kibo. Indeed.
Endless daylight, just about dinner time, and I am here with my
Yeah, just about.
Julia Child cookbook.
Goated.
Because couldn't do French cuisine without the French cookbook. It just teaches you so many of the basics, and I feel like I'm only just starting to work through all the recipes. But for tonight, I had to go with the most iconic beef bourguignon.
Beef bourguignon. I have no clue what that is. Ingen, if you could elaborate, that would be wonderful.
Or as they say, boeuf bourguignon.
Boeuf bourguignon.
During my research process, I also watched the video of Julia Child making this. And there really is just something so endearing about this woman. Just so full of knowledge and so full of...
Oh, it's a fancy beef stew. Okay. Thank you for that clarification, Kibo. I needed that.
joy in teaching you how to cook. What I would have given to have her as my teacher. Beef bourguignon, I would say, is a bit of a complicated recipe.
Right.
It takes a full day of cooking and is actually, supposedly, better enjoyed the day after because the flavors are more concentrated. And so, as you can imagine, I got started on this earlier this week. Lots of steps here, starting with the very beginning. I have some bacon here, which I'm just cutting into smaller strips. And once I have my bacon pieces, I'm actually boiling it in water first because this helps the meat retain its moisture and to stay tender while you're rendering the fat. And all I'm trying to do here is really just to brown the bacon a little bit, get some more of that oil out because this oil is what we're going to need to saute the beef. This is 3 pounds of beef. It is a lot of beef. And those...
You know what? You weren't kidding. That is a lot of beef.
The most important thing, she says, is to dry the beef very, very well. Because if it's wet, it's not going to brown as well. I do think I might have been a little too eager here because I filled up my pan a little too much with beef. So for the rest of the batches, I separated it a little better. And while the beef is browning, I'm just slicing up my vegetables, which I...
That's a lot of beef. Very meaty indeed. It's very meaty.
And then toss in that flavorful beef bacon fat. Once the vegetables have some nice color on it, that's when I put
the beef back in
and
the
just
bacon.
Gently season it with some salt and pepper.
Alright.
In some flour, which is supposed to give the meat like a nice light crust. This is going straight into the oven, uncovered, for a few minutes. So now that I have all the half-cooked vegetables and meat, this is the part where we add in just a lot of red wine. Also,
Whoa. Red wine into a beef stew. I'm not gonna judge.
We add in broth, but let's be honest, you're more heavy-handed with the wine than you are with the stock.
Yeah,
And I also add in
fair
the
bit.
rest of the seasoning. The tomato paste, some thyme and bay leaf, some grated garlic. Then I'm just letting it cook a little bit, just enough to get like a little simmer going. That's when I'm covering it back up and putting it in the oven. And this is pretty
Wait, it's going in the oven again?
much the part where you just let the beef bourguignon do its thing. It's just gonna sit in the oven for a couple of hours.
It needs to sit in the oven for a couple of hours. Trust the process, I guess.
Slowly cooking that meat until it becomes super tender. But of course, it's not all that simple because there are two other very important components. The first one are these brown braised onions, which I think are actually perfectly delicious on their own. They are truly what I consider to be a flavor bomb. I'm using white pearl onions here because I feel like they look especially nice, dotted around the beef bourguignon. And since they're already peeled, I just went straight to sauteing them in some butter and oil and kind of just like rolling them around, trying to make sure they're as evenly browned as possible.
Yeah.
This is when I'm pouring in some more beef stock. And also adding in my herb bouquet. I don't have cheesecloth, but I do have these little disposable tea bags that I'm using instead, and they actually work very well. And this is again the part where time just takes over, letting it simmer really slowly. I still want them to retain their shape, but I do want them to be perfectly tender. The second important component are these mushrooms, which I'm going to saute again in some butter and oil. There's a lot of love for butter in French cuisine, probably why it tastes so good. And when Julia Child was making this recipe, she did stress how important it was to not let the mushrooms steam. So I learned my lesson from the beef. I went in smaller batches. They now have this like beautiful buttery shine.
Yeah, there is a bit of a buttery shine of those mushrooms. I would say almost kind of, there's like a little bit of a golden brown tint to them too. Wow.
Taking it off and setting it aside with my lovely pearl onions. So now I have my mushrooms done, my onions done, and the stew is ready. Just going in with a fork to make sure that the meat is as tender as I like it to be. What I really want to do here is to reduce the liquid until it gets that like nicer, thicker consistency. But
right.
First, I transferred everything over to another Dutch oven, adding in my braised onions, my sauteed mushrooms. Doesn't that just look so good? And going back to the sauce, once
that looks good just on its own.
Coat the back of my spoon. That's when I'm taking off the heat and just pouring that right over everything else.
Okay.
And that just looks delicious. Which brings me to today. It's a pretty hefty stew, as you can imagine. This supposedly serves 6, but instead it gets to serve 6 Happy Me's. How about that? So right
6 Happy Me's. Sure, why not?
now, you can see that the sauce has really thickened there. So what I'm going to do is cover this back up, and we're going to just let it come to a simmer over the stovetop. And given that we have a pretty hearty entree, I'm just going to serve it up with some simple things. So I have some green beans here that I'm going to boil, and of course, the baguette from earlier today.
Smart.
That will be dinner. On to here. Let her cook.
Let her cook. Fair.
Almost done. Then we can plate it. Changed my mind last minute about these beans. Decided to saute them in some chili butter. Beef bourguignon looks pretty much ready to go. Bread is cut. Time to serve it up.
The green beans. Ooh. Nice. Of course, you got the bread on the side.
This is definitely the meal that I was looking forward to the most. Beef bourguignon the mother of all stews. It might not be winter weather, but it is kind of rainy outside right now, so I feel like it kind of fits the mood. Here we have the beef. It falls right apart in your mouth. My God. This sauce, I feel like, is the definition of luxurious. It is rich, it's velvety, it coats your tongue. The amount of time it took, the amount of ingredients in here, that's what gives it life. Try one of these onions, these braised onions.
Okay.
Remember what I said about flavor bombs? But how I think of like a French onion soup condensed into a single bite. That is what these onions taste like. That's the beauty of cooking it separately. My God. Every meal in Paris, I feel like I was just grabbing the bread and just soaking up whatever sauce.
You know what's funny? Look, sometimes whenever you go out to eat, sometimes you have the free breadsticks, right? And one time you decide, you know what? Let me have a soup. Let me try a soup. Get the breadsticks. You grab one. Maybe you spread like a little bit of butter on it. Maybe, if you can. But if you don't, like as soon as the soup arrives, you just probably gonna dip the breadstick into the soup anyway, and try it like that. I do that a lot. If I have enough for bread, and I just decide, you know what, I'm gonna have this soup. I'm gonna eat it, but I want something I can dip into it at the very least. Just to be fair, you know, just to enjoy it a bit more.
Thought there was. I'm just eating it all. This is just delightful. But you know, as they do in France, there has to be dessert after dinner, no matter how full you are. So
there's gotta be
one
dessert.
more thing for today. But first, let me enjoy my boeuf bourguignon. Last thing on the agenda today, dessert. I love that dessert is such like a staple, and I get it. But I have to say, one of my favorite desserts to get all the time in Paris are crepes. They just have the perfect texture, the perfect consistency, and even something as simple as just having lemon and powdered sugar, and it's like the perfect after dinner snack. So that's exactly what I will be having. And once again, because it is ideal for the crepe batter to have an overnight rest, I had to prepare this batter last night. Fairly straightforward, only a few ingredients. There's cold water, milk that I've already combined together, some eggs, salt, flour, liquor again, and some melted butter. And all I have to do is really just to put the liquids, the eggs, and the salt into the blender first before I'm adding in the flour, and lastly the melted butter. And then I'm just letting the blender do most of the work here, just until it looks smooth, no lumps, and today I have it right here.
Yay!
Let's see if I can recreate the perfect crepe experience here in the kitchen. I unfortunately do not have the fancy crepe equipment, but let's just see. Just melting the butter here.
Okay, melt the butter, pour in the crepe mixture.
Swirl. Okay.
All around.
Oh no.
Ah, it's okay. Filled again. One more time. There you go.
I may have gotten a little excited and made a whole stack of crepes.
Yep.
Toasted a few with the lemon butter from earlier this morning. It's gonna be so good. Going to plate this up. Maybe some sugar, some lemon, a little bit of syrup.
Ooh, a little bit of powdered sugar, a little bit of lemon juice. Not a bad idea. There you go. Yep, there's the powdered sugar. Lemon right on top. Ooh, simple syrup. Right there.
Here it is. And it is done. I might save the rest for, I don't know, a crepe cake or something. But
Maybe.
right now, it's good to just
God, that looks
finally
good.
wrap up the day. Wait. Oh, the lemon butter one is so the perfect amount of zesty. Well, I've been eating so much all day. Great quick dessert to whip up. But this brings me to the end of today. Wow, it has once again been quite the cooking journey. I know I call it 24 hours, but every time I do this, I feel like I've been cooking for a week straight. But you know what? The results I'm very happy about. This was such a pleasure. As always, I hope you enjoyed. If you would like to see more of these videos, remember to like and subscribe. Otherwise, I will see you in the next one. Au revoir.
That was lovely. That was a lovely video right there. Let's make it French food. Okay, how long have we been streaming for? Okay, 4 hours, 34 minutes. Let me see if there's anything else we could probably watch. I'm going to try to find something. Okay, I might need a bit of water. Yeah, I might need some water, so give me... Oh, come on. There it is. All right. Did you share the small silly video? Yeah, I played the video earlier. Apologies for you missing out on it. But yeah, give me a sec. I'm gonna need more water and step back for a bit. It's all good.
Do not be alarmed. I repeat, do not be alarmed. Your program will return shortly. Please give me your Prime subscription. Thank you for your support. Have yourself a lovely day. Do not be alarmed. I repeat, do not be alarmed. Your program will return shortly. Please give me your Prime subscription. Thank you for your support. Have yourself a lovely day.
Okay, chat, I have returned. Okay, my mic's not muted. Okay, I needed to double check. I got my water, and I got more water, but with electrolytes. Oh shit. Okaketsu, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good time. We're just watching some videos here. Okay. I forgot this was the this was the next one we were gonna watch. Okay. I need to see what Dark Lord was talking about with this. Voice lessons from Yako, Raphael, Pinky, and Carl. I'm scared. Yep, we're gonna watch it.
Oh, wow, look who's there. Turtle power!
Damn. This the fact that voice came from Rob Paulson. I was more of a Leonardo guy myself. He could get it. He could fucking get it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh man. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. That felt like a shit post. I don't know what it was. That genuinely felt like a shit post, man. Oh shit, he was a Donatello in is that the 2012 iteration? I think it was the 2012 iteration. Yeah, again. I'm a Leo guy. I'm a Leonardo guy again. But I think mainly oh god, what was I a fan of? Okay. The 2012 Nickelodeon TMNT show. Yep. No, I was right. Me personally, I was a fan of. Okay, so the first one I was a big fan of was the 2003 iteration of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, like that whole art style, which is awesome to me. And then I was actually a big fan of the edgy 2007 version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Surprisingly enough, I don't know what it was. Okay, you know what? Let me show you guys what I mean exactly. Let me show you guys what I mean. Okay, 2003, and just for the sake of fairness, I'm gonna use Leonardo because I keep bringing him up so damn much. What's the best representation here? I think that. Oh come on! Like why can't I get it full resolution? I want the full resolution photo here. Come on. Don't. Okay, that's better. I'll take that. I'll take that. About there. Right? This is the 2003 iteration of Leonardo, right? Oh god, that's too small. Let's... No, let me... Okay, can I get the... Oh, come on. Why does it not have the original photo? ...2007. Okay, here we go. That's better. Now, in regards to the 2003 version, the main thing, obviously, it's like the main design aspects here. Like, there's a lot more, I guess, pointed and sharper lines here, right? A lot more bolder lines here, as well as like a bit of shading around the muscles too. Like, that's a really cool detail. That's a really cool detail that not a lot of people notice, I imagine. Or even if they did notice, they probably didn't care. And then the 2007 version. A little bit more rounded, right? A little bit more rounded, especially here. But, like, look at how shiny that muscle is. Look, this shine. That is some beautiful shine. And look, there's texture on the shell here. There's a bit of texture there. There's texture on the back shell. There's there's texture on that shit, and it's rough. It's rugged. It feels like something you could kind of imagine feeling a fair bit. Like, especially the knee pads here, like that. Seriously. I love the 2003 version because of, some of the cartoony aspects and the cartoonish, like, detail in that. But I love the 2007 version just because of the... Come on. I love this version. Actually, not bad he is. Which version do you love, Trax? 2003 or 2007? I personally love both of these for different reasons. I love both of these. 2003. That's fair. That's totally fair. I could see you especially loving the 2003 version because of the shading, and the bold lines. Absolutely. I'm kind of impartial. Like, I like both the 2003 and 2007 version personally, but I don't know, the 2007 version, like, Nick made things appealing for kids. The more version of him appeared as a time skip. Oh, okay. Taking care of events of certain comics. Yeah, that's fair. That is totally fair. But yeah, I like the 2003 version, obviously, but look, I like both versions, just to be fair. But the 2007 version, again, me personally, it just does things. It just does things to me, man. The 2007 version just does things to me. Like, my God. Anyway, I can show you the pilot episode. Feel free to send that to me in Discord DMs. That's all well and good. All right, let's get back to the video.
From which I've learned voice lessons. Now I have this little guy. Yeah.
Aww.
My first lines as this character are, "Where are my testicles,
Summer?" Where are my testicles? You know what? That's a good question. That is a really good question that needed to be asked. Aww. Oh, that is so endearing. That is actually really endearing. Just knowing that a fan of yours still has a particular jacket, even if you think it's stupid. Oh God, I forgot it was in Rick and Morty. This fucking dog. It's pretty much a Jump the Shark spinoff. Oh, Spear. Wow, that is wow. That's a powerful. That's a powerful story. I'll admit. Did you know that mecha machine of that dog uses got used on Fortnite and now Morty can use? No, I did not know that. Damn. Rob Paulson had throat cancer at one point, and I'm assuming that he's still alive. I'm assuming that he's still alive and kicking.
Yeah, I know. It's a drag.
Yeah.
Curveball.
Not great.
But so is Chad, right? Our little buddy Chad, who made it, by the way, to 23 years old.
He's still got the pipes to this day. Yeah, I kind of figured as much. That. Damn.
Because of...
He's 69 years old. Nice. Very nice.
That turtle jacket.
He's still in the voice acting business today. Wow. Fucking hell. Rob Paulson's amazing. Like I'm actually kind of impressed that he's still around and kicking, even after getting throat cancer. And I assume beating it. What a badass.
Watch this.
God damn it. I'm trying my best not to cry. I'm trying my best not to cry, but it's just, even though I don't have the same talent level to the extent that Rob Paulson has, even if I don't have that same talent level, right? Just seeing a smile like that from putting on a voice, that is the most beautiful smile I could have seen in my life. That is genuinely a very, very beautiful and heartwarming smile. Laughter is the best medicine, and you can't OD, and the refills are free. Wow. I was looking into it, and yes, he has beaten his throat cancer. The cancer went into remission. Okay, I need to... a temporary period when the cancer is no longer detectable or its systems have significantly improved. That's awesome. That is awesome, just knowing that. Yeah, he beat throat cancer and it wasn't detectable. So hell yeah. That was cool. I'll admit, at first, it was just me laughing at the shitty off-center JPEG of Carl. At first, I just wanted to laugh at that once it came up. But then, like, watching it all the way through, I was just like, wait a minute, this guy's actually really cool. This guy's actually, like, a lot cooler than I thought. So, if I had to get pulled it off in one take without messing up is insane. Yeah, that's the insane part to me too. Look at A. Okay, let's just move on to the next video here. Weird. Oh, stop. Okay, trying drinks from a. Trying drinks from 139 years ago. I mean, if you want to be a little bit more pedantic. Oh God, what year did this come out? 2023. Okay, so 141 years ago, I guess. But who's counting really? Anywho.
Not recording.
You gotta hit record. Yeah.
You gotta hit record.
Oh, okay.
Recording. Now I'm recording.
You're recording now?
Yes.
You're sure you're recording now? It's another after party on how to drink.
Yay.
Take one.
How to
You ever
drink
think
after
about,
party.
Old cocktail books, Meredith?
I mean, all the time. Yeah, that's all I think about.
Anyway, I got this book. It's a reprint of some ancient stuff called The Modern Bartender's Guide, and it's got a lot of drinks in it that I've never had.
Didn't you use that book to make some syrup once?
Yeah, we did. We tore a page out of it and drank it. There's the page we tore out.
Nice.
Which, by the way, was an advertisement for Payne's business letter writer.
Oh.
Episode, actually.
And a series of recitations and readings from Burdett's. Anyway, there's a lot of cocktails in here that I've never had, and I thought it might be fun to just, like, try some.
Why not?
And by random, I mean the ones I marked were the ones that I've never had, so I've marked them.
During the pandemic, didn't you do a whole thing with cocktails you've never had?
I did this a little bit on Patreon.
Oh, cool.
I tried it on Patreon, yeah. And then
Bring to the after party. I love this idea.
Really bad at staying on top of shit, so it didn't continue.
It happens to the best of us.
We were all dealing with some shit.
So I've never had this drink. It's called a fancy brandy cocktail #1. And unfortunately, I got to drink it alone because you can't really help me on this.
We're trying to get pregnant, so if you see me drinking sometimes on the show, it is not during the times that we're trying.
Okay, that's good to know at least. I didn't know that they're moving on.
Yeah.
If you do see me drink, it's either an old recording or I'm currently in a window where I can.
Got it.
Got it. Of ways I can possibly express to you, I am trying to not get pregnant. And
I'm trying to not get pregnant.
We both might be having surgery at the same time.
Yeah. I'm nervous. I'm not nervous about the surgery. I'm really freaked out about. He wants to put me on Twilight. He wants to knock me out.
Oh, to do the egg extraction. If we do IVF, I have to.
Does it spook you?
I did it for my wisdom teeth.
Yeah.
I swear that I heard everything going on. I couldn't have, but when I woke up, my brain was like, "Oh, I heard things," and then no, but everything was fine. I just started sobbing when I woke up. I know people either laugh hysterically or sob when they wake up.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I might ask him this dude on the Novocaine. Yeah. I'm a little freaked out about the whole anesthesia thing and interrupting my flow of consciousness. It freaks me out. A lot of people, I bring this up, they're like, "Don't you go to sleep at night?" And I was like, "Do you lose all sense of awareness when you go to sleep? Like, you just edit, cut to morning?" Because
You know what the funny thing is? Every time I go to sleep at night, okay, I do tend to go to sleep at night. It gets to the point where I tend to lose all state of awareness to the point where it generally kind of just cuts to me waking up either the next day or in the middle of the night, somewhere around there.
I don't.
Oh no, yeah, I have lots of dreams and stuff.
I dream. Yeah. I'm aware of what's going on in my house on some level. If you unlock my front door, I'm gonna get up.
Yeah.
That's weird. I don't know. I don't think it's the same thing.
That does seem a little weird.
I got my wisdom teeth out. My friend's mom had just passed away, and I was at her dad's dental practice.
Oof.
That's partially why I cried. And then I decided it was a great idea to come out to my mom that night.
It was so hot.
It was a busy week.
How'd that go? Your mom was all about it?
My mom is wonderful.
Okay.
But it took a little bit of time, as it does with a lot of parents who were born in the 1950s.
So we're going to make fancy brandy cocktail #1, not to cut you off, but I got to crack the ice.
Let's do it.
All right.
Fill my glass with ice. All right, that's the steps. Step it up, icy dicey dude.
Nice.
But now my mom is our biggest champion.
Oh, that's fun. All right, 2 or 3 dashes of gum, but we're going to use simple. These old recipes always call for dashes, which is
Simple syrup, all right.
Because like I don't have a dasher, and I couldn't dash it through a dasher anyway. So I'm going to read that as, I don't know what they meant by a dash. I'm going to do it like 3 kind of short bar spoons.
Yeah.
Like that. I'm not really sure. It's a tricky one. It's a tough one to figure out. 1 or 2 dashes of curacao.
Did I miss you saying
Curacao, all right.
Yeah, 3 times I've said it. It's the fancy brandy cocktail number 1.
Right.
We did just have a guest on. I don't know when this is going to come out, but we just shot a thing with a very special guest, which will come out probably later.
Nice.
That was fun. We did it by video chat. I think we can do more of that. I think the technology is proven now. I think video chat is here to stay. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, it's not like that.
Not like the Dick Tracy watch phones, but we'll get there.
It's not like that television trying to.
Not quite there yet.
Flash in the pan.
It was fun. I say more guests. I'm here for it.
It's just a lot to coordinate.
I know.
2 dashes of curacao. Again, we're just going to use the same notion that it's like a piece of a bar spoon.
Yeah, can you imagine? Like, I must put all of my liqueurs into dasher bottles before I start to make this drink.
I don't, well, first off, they didn't. And secondly, I don't think that dash meant the same thing. And we don't even know, like, well, I guess we do know. Some people know. But, like, is this dash or top? Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of stuff linguistically where, like, oh, I mean a dash, like from a dasher.
Mm-hmm. Right.
At the exact same time, they might have meant, I mean a dash, like whatever you feel like pouring.
Right.
Sometimes interpretation can be a bitch sometimes because one person could be like, a dash is this much, like a dash from a dasher. And then other times a dash could mean just a pour, just a whole pour, I guess.
You gotta know the difference.
Like
you know?
almost like to taste now.
Yeah.
Exactly. But like they would have said them at the same time, back to back, and you just gotta figure it out. This book is crazy. It's filled with all kinds of misprints and stuff. Like it lists ingredients twice. It uses archaic measurements. Sometimes it uses different sets of archaic measurements in one recipe. There's a recipe in here for something called tomato wine that I have long considered making.
Oh,
it's
Oh,
much
God.
thought of in some places.
Oh, no.
Prisons. 2 dashes of Angostura bitters.
Sounds like a good after party.
There you go.
Yeah, it's on the list. And a wine glass of brandy. I'm going to go with 2 ounces for my wine glass. I think there is some argument that a wine glass might be as many as 4 ounces.
Yeah.
But I don't think it, that doesn't make much sense to me in this particular case. And for brandy,
Careful.
For brandy, we're going to use Pierre Ferrand Cognac.
Well, you've turned me on to Colombo, and I watched the wine episode recently, and their wine glasses were rather small in that episode, I noticed.
That's true.
They weren't the 5 ounce.
That's the one where they're like, I would never let anyone else pour my port. Because of the sediments. I love the way he gets them on that, too. That's a really good one.
Oh,
With,
yeah.
Like, the bad
that's
port.
right, yeah. Oh, yeah, because he takes it from his cellar. It's a very fun. I haven't yet. I've only watched 3 episodes, but I've not yet been able to be like, how is he going to catch him?
Yeah, okay. Chat, there's a lot of media I have yet to watch or even get caught up on. Breaking Bad's a pretty prime example. Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul is another example. Fuck, what else have I not watched? For some reason, Columbo is another thing that I have not watched. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I guess. Like, there's so many movies and TV shows I haven't watched. Like at all. You know what I mean? Like, if you were to show me a movie outside of my lexicon, I would just be like, yeah, this is the first time. This is my first time watching this. So, yeah, take that for what you will.
How to drink this fantasy cozy mystery. You fan of those? You know what a cozy mystery is?
Or like,
it's like a
only murders in the building?
Well, borderline. A cozy mystery is like a specific genre of mystery books that are, basically mass-produced.
Boxcar Children?
No. They would be like a cupcake called Desire, and it's like a whole would be book 17 of 35, and it's about this girl who moves back home to deal with her father's funeral in book 1, but then instead decides to stay there, sell her assets, and open a cupcake shop where she finds out that she has magic batter that lets her tell the truth.
It's a lifetime.
What the fuck? What the fuck? I mean, that was what a jump. Goes to the town to oversee her father's funeral, but then sells her assets and becomes a baker, and suddenly she has a magical batter that helps her to tell the truth.
Every single week, there's a murder that she has to solve.
That escalated quickly.
While flirting with a fella of the week.
Again. Oh, that escalated quick.
That's basically the cozy.
Yeah, Lifetime movies.
Yeah. The other equivalent would be I think Murder, She Wrote, obviously.
Sure, okay.
This requirement, although
Yeah.
it's a different kind of cozy.
Never saw much Murder, She Wrote.
You know, I know RuPaul is a huge fan of Murder, She Wrote. I have not spent much time with Murder, She Wrote. My grandmother loved Murder, She Wrote. She also loved Magnum. I gravitated towards Magnum and Columbo. Okay, here we go. So it says just strain that sucker away.
Beautiful.
Sure. Yeah, it's like a nice cognac-y cocktail. I don't know what it's going to taste like. It might just be pretty, there might not be a lot going on here. Then we got to do a lemon twist.
All right. A little lemon twist there. Nice.
Good twist as well. Give people what they're paying for here, which apparently is that. That's what you paid for.
You tried.
Yeah, money, please.
At least you tried.
Money, please.
Yes, cocktail show on YouTube.
Yeah. God. What is this called? This is a fancy brandy #1. Okay, here we go.
All right.
Where are you going?
I like that. Ooh, that's weird. That's a surprising note. There's almost like a. There's a newt. There's a newt there that reminds me.
There's a newt there. There's a newt there. I didn't know that there would be a newt.
There's a note there that reminds me of Fruit Loops, which is so funny. Everything else
Fruit
does
Loops.
not. It's a nice, light, cognac-y cocktail. Actually,
Right.
It's really good. This is a great drink. I encourage you to make this drink. Not too dry or too sweet. Right on the nose.
Yeah.
The lemon is really key here. That lemon twist adds a lot to this drink, and the way it mingles with the flavors at one brief moment in its evolution does kind of register like Fruit Loops, like a breakfast cereal kind of thing.
Kind of, yeah.
It's just like the way it's all coming together in this one. I mean, obviously we were working with dashes of all these ingredients, so they're all going to be a little bit different unless we can really codify what a historic dash meant.
Right.
And it's tricky with simple or gum syrup because you know they weren't using dasher tops because their simple syrups were all 2 to 1. If you look at these old books, and they're thick. Gum syrup is thicker, so you can't get that through a little, whatever you want to call that.
Historic dash.
I will once we have the AI Bing.
That's a good drink. I was asking AI the other day. I was asking ChatGPT, when should I plan a trip to Disney World to avoid crowds the most? It said the first week in December.
Wrong.
I agree with that. I don't think that's correct.
Yeah.
Historically, that was a good time, but I think that old ChatGPT's information is a little out of date there. Well, let's move on to the next one. I don't know. Like, I'm just gonna rapidly do. I want to do this one. If we do this again, I want to try this East India cocktail, but I don't have any raspberry syrup at the moment. Anyway, we did just film an episode, and so therefore, I am a little intimidated. Let's try this vermouth
Totally
cocktail
fair.
#2. Really simple. Bar glass fill with ice, gum syrup, Anglo bitters, maraschino.
Nice.
Vermouth, stir and strain.
Well, the term dash is often used as a unit of measurement, it's actually quite imprecise.
That's what. Yeah.
A typical dash of bitters is generally considered to be about an eighth of a teaspoon or less than that. It's just a small amount.
Yeah, it's
answer.
like that's right. And so like there is like if you ask like some old timey bartenders, as I have, what's a dash? A dash is a dash.
Yeah.
What's a splash? A splash is a splash. You know, I'm not gonna tell you. You know, what it means something to me different than what it means to you.
Right. If you like my bartending, come to my bar. If you like my dashes and splashes.
I guess dashes and splashes, even though like in terms of measurements, it could be like eighth of a teaspoon or less. Sure, there's that, but it's up to interpretation, really. It's up to interpretation. That makes sense.
The recipes of those times are sort of arcane to some degree. They are a little bit open to interpretation. You know, what that means in my bar and in my house might be different than what it means in your bar and in your house.
The after party, anything goes.
Anything goes.
Yeah.
I saw a revival of Anything Goes. Mrs. Had a Drink, and I saw that. It was done by the Roundabout Theater Company. It's a great show, man.
It's a good one.
I like a big jazz musical.
It's Cole Porter, yeah?
Nice.
I like Cole Porter.
Yeah, that's, yes.
Have you ever seen Tank Girl?
Tank Girl?
You never saw Tank Girl?
No.
Well, as a gay, you might like it. It is.
You know what's funny? I've never seen Tank Girl either. So take that for what you will?
Yeah.
Question mark.
There's a scene that comes up with Cole Porter comes up.
Put it on the list.
Yeah, it's based on a comic book. There we go. Yeah, we have plenty of
Oh, it's based on a
what are we
comic
making here?
book.
All
Nice.
these drinks start by putting your ice in first. Vermouth. Okay, 4 to 5 dashes of gum syrup. So like that's a fair amount. The last time was only like 2 or 3. We even want more. A couple dashes of Angostura bitters. You know, by the way, how you said that your Angostura always spills when you go to pick it up? It's because you go slow. What you got to do is...
Oh, I've done it every way
you got to swing it straight over.
Yeah.
So that the centripetal force...
Use their bottle.
I don't have one with a bluesy on top of it, but it works. The big bottle one, you got to use a small bottle. It's just too much to manage.
All right.
2 dashes of Maraschino. Yeah, I really like that music.
Nice.
Good one. It's a great song.
These musicals always, they wrap up quite nicely.
I couldn't tell you much about the plot. I mean, it just felt like any other pre-code movie I'd seen, to be honest.
And then at the end, it all wraps up, and the two old people that have been sort of meandering around the whole show have found each other, and now they're in love.
So I have a couple of thoughts about vermouth. I think what I really want here is a Blanc vermouth. It says French vermouth, or it seems to imply French vermouth because of the previous recipe. Here it just says
right.
And maybe it could be whatever vermouth you want. I have a bottle of Dolangerai. I also have this Baldoria Bianco, and I'm wondering if this is more of a Blanc vermouth. Blanc is a white vermouth that's lightly sweetened, as opposed to a dry vermouth, which is unsweetened, or nearly unsweetened.
Probably.
That'll be fine.
I think that's the one to use.
Good, because once you open that, you gotta find room for it in the fridge.
Yep.
I like that actually quite a bit.
Pretty much.
Interesting bottle. 2 ounces of this, please.
Nice.
Curiata gave us the bottle.
Yeah, this is from Curiata. They asked me to try it out. All right, stir the hell out of this. Another lemon peel on top of this.
It's nice to get some different bottles to try from.
It is. It's true. It is nice. Yeah.
Yeah. Outside of what we can get from the local stores.
Anything goes. That's a great song to introduce to people who might think that like music today is so saucy and filthy. Boy, back in the old day, people had morals. I mean, there's an exact song about, you know, hanging out at nudist parties and stuff and like getting wild, you know, and complaining about the exact same thing, you know.
Like, yeah. Oh God. What?
Oh, I love that song.
Yeah, I never watched the movie they made about him a couple of years. Well,
Wait, what? Hold on. What are you talking about? I sneezed. I'm sorry. I sneezed. I got distracted.
Complaining about the exact same thing, you know. Oh, there's a glimpse of stocking. And I don't know the
You
words.
know more of the lyrics than I do. Yeah, I've never watched the movie they made about him a couple years. Well,
If May West,
not a
you
couple
like.
years
If me undressed, you like. Well, nobody will oppose. Oh, I suppose. Yeah, it's a great song. I like Cole Porter.
This one's very similar colors to the other one.
Yeah, you're gonna catch that sometime. It's a bawdy song. Oh no!
Careful.
Forget it. We got enough of the taste. I'm trying to get fancy with this tiny little piece of lemon. It's pointless. All right, here we go. This is vermouth number 2. A lot of lemon. Woo! Oh my God, that's good. Wow. Lower proof cocktail for sure. I mean, that's delicious. That particular vermouth is doing a lot of lifting there. It has like a piney note to it that in this particular setup is super good. Oh my God. The lemon with like this piney note, and I don't mean piney like you might be thinking of gin, but like the smell of a beautiful old growth pine forest on the west coast. The trees are a lot different. They are really special trees out there. We don't have them
There we go.
on the east coast. We don't grow them. Sugar pines and
Oh, excuse me.
redwoods and stuff like that. Certain kinds of cedars.
Hmm.
Maple cedar? I don't know what they call it. It's a cedar.
Incense cedar.
Anyway.
Okay.
This is unbelievably good. This is very, very good. I really like this drink. It's a shame that Meredith can't drink. My mom drank.
My mom drank. Good. Jesus, dude. Let her be.
Her doctor, I mean, so it was the 80s.
It was the 80s. People didn't care.
And she wasn't allowed to smoke.
Okay, she wasn't allowed to smoke. At least there's that.
I don't even know. And her doctor was like, you seem like really stressed. Why don't you have a glass of red wine every night?
That makes way too much sense. You seem stressed. Why not have a little bit of red wine every night? Oh, God.
Every night, goodness.
Here, those tavern feet on the avenue. I'm taking you to 42nd Street.
When was the last time you saw that show?
The film, not in a minute.
Yeah.
It's an okay pre-code. I like Gold Diggers of 33 a little better. 42nd Street, it's like confusing, to be honest.
Have you ever seen it on stage, though?
I think once.
Yeah.
I think I did.
Lots of tap dancing.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I like that.
They closed the second act, or the first, sorry,
I gotta
the
make
first
some
act
seltzer.
by
I'm listening.
throwing coins into like a circular thing and tapping in them. Oh, I love that show. I love tap dancing, but I love the show.
But I don't think it was the one with the coins because it was a long time
Maybe
ago.
they don't always do that, but
No, but I mean it was probably a different production of it. I saw it in the late 90s. I always wanted to be a tap dancer.
Still time.
I know. Not right now. I have a broken foot, but I always wanted to learn how to tap dance.
Fair.
Okay. All right. So in my book, it says that I need to have. By the way, we're making a Morning Glory Fizz. I don't know that it matters that I do this, but it does say it wants my ice in.
You gotta be careful, man. I don't know what drinks he was drinking before, but god damn.
I'll use my big cup.
Yeah, the big one. The big one.
I was live streaming last night on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, which I'm not supposed to do. It's against the terms of service of Twitch, but I don't
Apparently.
You're not supposed to simul stream, I don't think, but who gives a fuck?
Yeah, who cares?
Whatever. And we were talking about somebody who was like, oh, look at that, optimistic nihilism. That's what I am. I'm an optimistic nihilist. I didn't know that term. I thought it was literally just the actual definition of nihilism was kind of an optimistic philosophy.
Sure.
If you read Nietzsche, it doesn't mean like nothing means anything, so I may as well die. It means nothing means anything. This is great.
Yeah. Uh, oh God, what philosophy am I leaning into? I don't think I'm. Honestly, right now, I don't think I'm not at the point where I'm a nihilist. Not necessarily. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think I'm a nihilist right now. Not right now. I'm more of a kind of. You know what? I'm a realist. I think being a realist makes a little bit more sense. I'm definitely more of a realist. Simply because, on the one hand, you could kind of look at the world around you and look at everything that's happening and be like, everything's shit. This sucks. I don't want to live anymore. There's that perspective. But then on the other hand, you could look at everything and be like, everything's shit. This is great. Or nothing matters. This is great. One of the two philosophies. I'm more of a just like this is shit, but we can make it. We can live with this. We can live through this. This will be okay. I think that's been my philosophy more or less. Yeah, definitely more of a realist instead of a nihilist. I do try to be a little bit more optimistic, have a little bit more optimism. Like I try, but it's a lot better to just be realistic about the circumstances in which you live in instead of just looking at everything being all negative, all positive. Like I'm trying to have like an element of both, I guess. So again, take that for what you will.
Yeah.
I can just do what I want.
I can just do what I want.
Absinthe, I'm going to use my spritzer, and I'm going to assume each spritz is a dash. 3 dashes of lime juice. 3 dashes of lime juice. What's a dash of lime juice? Probably the same thing we've been doing for dashes.
Like a squeeze?
Yeah, well, a squeeze.
3 dashes. A healthy squeeze.
I'm going to use it like 3 soft bar spoons. That seems very little.
Give it one more.
Okay.
You like the lime.
Oh, also lemon juice. 5 dashes of lemon juice. Morning Glory Fizz has got a lot going on.
Gotta get you a new cutting board.
Yeah,
the Fruit Ninja thing is fine.
The Fruit Ninja thing is just fine.
I need egg white. No, we should have dry shipped this. And a wine glass of scotch.
But it told you to put the ice in first.
We got that monkey shoulder? I know, you're right. So
Yeah.
right.
Is the glass?
You have to keep putting the ice in first for these drinks.
I don't think we still have.
You said it was on
You'll be
set.
fine. You'll be fine.
70 the gin, not the
scotch. Monkey whatever.
Oh, that.
What do we have for scotch? You see any scotches?
Yeah, I've got the glass,
That's the glass
compass
code.
box.
You got the artist blend? It's the same company. I mean, I have a bottle of it. I just don't know if you're going to be able to find it.
Where did the scotches go?
Because I don't think an Isla makes sense here. I don't think that's what it's calling for. That's Irish whiskey.
Here we got artist blend.
Yeah,
oh, good.
There we go.
That's the one to use if we don't. Yep. Yeah.
Come. Thank you for testing out the Redeem Kibo. It should work, hopefully.
She's got Jackal in the bottles. All right. Here they come. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Woo, woo! Sounds like a train. Cool. If you're going to shake a cocktail, you got to make it sound like a train. Strain it into my glass and then fill with seltzer. We're going to use this.
I wonder how this is going to go with the egg being right in there with the ice.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, that was a good shake.
The train shake is the preferred method. Now I'm going to blast a musical in the car on the way home.
Which one?
Actually, since we talked about it recently, I haven't listened to Zombie Prom in a really long time.
Cole Porter, 42nd Street. Zombie prom. I'm gonna listen to zombie prom.
Zombie prom.
You know?
That's what I feel like singing, so that's what I'm gonna do.
Fair enough.
Music was playing on the way here, and I just let it go instead of turning on a podcast. And I was like, I was a much happier person when I used to listen to music in the car instead of radio. I'm gonna go back to that for a little while. I was singing, I was smiling. I was like, this is a healthier place for me to be.
There's nothing worse than thinking too much. Too many people are thinking too much.
Yeah, or not.
Yeah, honestly. I kind of feel like I sometimes I find myself at a place where I'm thinking too much about certain things. Instead of kind of just being like, let's let everything fall into place first and then worry about our problems later on, hopefully. You know, it is good to plan ahead, but don't think too hard about it. Don't think too much about it. Hopefully.
Not even thinking, letting other people think for you.
Don't think too much about it.
Random thought after that, but there was a show that was out for like a year, probably the worst reality game show concept of all time.
Oh God.
You asked hard questions, and is it gonna happen?
No, we're not gonna go without heavy cream. You're not going.
Oh, I see. Okay. The further you could tell the truth, the more money you made. But it was like.
What? The further that you told the truth, the more money you were able to make.
In front of your family members. So you were asked all these like really difficult questions with a lie detector, and then you got to explain your answer. But this woman was there, and her mother was there, and the question was, do you think you're a better parent than your mother?
Oh God. Oh, why would you ask someone that? In front. That's rough. That sounds like a rough time. For sure, man. Damn. Yeah. Never ask. Never ask anyone if you were a better parent than your own parent. At that point, you're just asking for trouble. You're just asking for trouble at that point. Good Lord.
And she said, of course I do, very easily. And her reason was, the goal of every parent should be to leave their child a better parent than they were, and continue to pass that down.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. Okay, that makes sense in a vacuum, but like, I think that explanation only. Okay. That makes sense in a vacuum, that particular logic, but I think it only applies when your own parent was shitty to you, and you kind of look at that behavior and be like, if I'm going to have a kid of my own, I need to be a better parent than they were. Because at that point, they didn't even reach the bar of, like, treating me with respect or something to that effect, right? So it makes sense in a vacuum, but like you have to consider context and the circumstances in which you were raised under. Like I like the explanation. I can understand that, but that's messy. That's just messy.
Yeah, and I'm sure she thought she was a better mom than her mom.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, that's
and
not
so it's like, and I hope my kids are better moms than I am, and then that's what we should be striving.
I saw a TikTok the other day. It was something about the fact that, like, if when your kids grow up, you're the most important person in their life still, you have fucked up. Yeah. And I was like, oh no.
Oh.
I don't like it.
God damn. When your kids grow up, you're going to be the most important person in their life. I mean, it does make sense because the kids probably don't know what the fuck they're doing. And then they might find themselves in a situation where they need their parents' help with something. Like, I don't think it's a bad idea to ask your parents for help for anything. but I understand that feeling. It's just be like, oh God, I'm gonna be the most important person in their life, even though I raised them with the mindset thinking that like I'm not gonna be that important to them. Oh God. Oh, that's rough. That's a bit rough there.
That's not good. Oh no.
Oh.
All right, this is the Morning Glory Fizz. We'll see how it is. I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah.
It's like weirdly salty. The absinthe in it is screwing it up. I could see somebody liking it. It's not like an objectively bad cocktail.
Mm-hmm.
Borderline. I think that, frankly, I don't know what they meant by 4 dashes of lime, 5 dashes of lemon. I think it needs more lemon and lime, without a doubt. Like, it needs to have quite a bit more of it. But it is drinkable. It just comes across as very weirdly salty. Somebody might like it. Also, my specs might be off. I still like this. This vermouth number 2 came out fantastic. But that's going to be so dependent on the vermouth you use.
Yeah.
Like a game. We've made 3. Who's the winner? Definitely.
Oh my God.
Hell yeah.
Flavor. I'm obsessed with it. It is the smell of some place in Epcot. Like maybe Norway or something. It's so weirdly specific.
Wow.
I am obsessed with the way this tastes. What do you think?
I think I'm jealous.
Oh, of my ability to drink these?
Yeah, well, the vermouth number 2, I'm gonna start. Here's what we're gonna do. Well, we do these over the next year, hopefully. We'll see. I'm gonna start writing down the ones that I really want to try, and then we're gonna have an after party where I'm making the drinks that I didn't get to drink. So I'm writing down vermouth number 2.
This could be a lot better, but that's not it.
Yeah.
Dude, shit, man. I fucking hate that drink. Wow. It's rare that I hate an honest cocktail. One time, a long time ago, we did like a Ward 8 on the channel. Oh, man, I did not like that drink. People bring that up sometimes as like, don't you remember that was the worst drink you ever had? And I'm like, I didn't remember, but you're right. That ranks.
No, I don't think that was his worst drink. I think nowadays he said that like the Cowling wine is the worst drink. But I don't know, a while ago it was like a pineapple Malibu old fashioned. It was so bad he called it a meme. This drink needs to be a fucking meme. I've never tried it myself. And you know what? I probably never will try it. Just simply because of the fact that, like, you know, I'm not a fan of alcohol. But I can kind of see that being the case. Good God.
Because it's like, oh, it's just like a classic cocktail. It's just basic. But, like, something about it does not, it's bad. Like,
yeah.
Look, I'm just going to, for funsies, I'm just, like, obviously this is going to break the drink. I'm just going to squeeze more lemon and lime in here.
Okay.
And see if that makes it any better, just flavor-wise. There we go.
Is it undersweetened, so it's salty? Is that because
I don't,
it's also...
Maybe it is, but I think it's honestly under-tarted.
Under-tart.
I met a tart once. She was under-tarted. She wasn't tarted out enough for me. I wanted that tarts to be quite tarted out. I mean, that brightens it for sure.
Nice.
Ratio-wise, and like, you know, yeah, sure. If we add simple to it, like another lump of simple, and stir that in. Yeah, way better.
Nice.
Still plenty of absinthe in there to be absinthe as it intended to be.
To remind me, next time we do an after party, I've got an almost finished bottle of bourbon. We could start our forever bottle, maybe.
What kind of bourbon?
It's 4 Roses that we're almost done with.
4 Roses, and we got to put some Pappy in it since we have that sitting around.
Yeah. We're not close to the end of it, but just to kick it off.
Yeah, no, you don't need to be the end. I mean,
damn.
You can start it with whatever you want.
We'll do an after party where we start it off and then we'll bring it back.
Oh God, and the video is literally right there.
For a while.
bring
I'll play it for a
the
bit.
infinity bottle. We'll just put it on the show. We'll keep it up here.
That sounds great.
We'll have it forever. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. Been on this show for a long time. Deep dop doodly beep bop bow. See you guys next time on How to Drink.
Oh God. God, we've only got like 4 something minutes. Let me try to find something we can watch. Maybe a short of some kind. I'm not sure. How about this
You're
one?
incredibly unlucky. All rolls are at disadvantage, and so are any allies within 20 feet of you.
Oh God. Oh God. Oh no. Oh, I remember this.
Let's all stay together. You better crack.
Oh no.
Chuckles' back is
Extra honk.
He's not picking up the phone. My lifeline's in a battery.
Oh
Sorry,
my.
son, I keep forgetting to change the batteries.
Oh God, no. Oh no.
I can't. My back is broken.
The carbon monoxide. It might be the carbon monoxide. Don't take a nap,
I'm having a hard time breathing, son. I'm really
Oh
trying.
no.
Tell Dr. Bozo not to bring his syringes filled with confetti. No!
Oh no. God.
You, but the #1 cause of death over 40 is accident.
Oh.
Everyone around you looks like candy, and you have a sweet tooth.
Fuck, I remember this. You have a sweet tooth. Oh God, what a deadly combination.
Baby always said that my teeth would rot if I kept eating so much
candy.
There's a rogue reindeer at the reindeer ride. Children have been hurt.
You look as if the angels themselves planted you and you grew from a sour patch.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it with the Riz, Chuckles. I'm begging you.
That's really sweet of you to say, but the children.
Can I just get a little bit of a nibble?
Stomped by a reindeer.
Oh God. Their bones.
That will be ours for the taking, Torbeck.
Oh no.
We go in whatever direction Chuckles is going in, assuming he knows where the children are.
Sure.
They're fucking dead.
Incredibly unlucky.
Oh my God. Okay, send me a short video. Alright. Fine. This will probably be the last one for the day, hopefully. Okay, yeah, no, this is short. Nice. Oh God. Throw the golden apple in. And you made a golden apple pie, okay. Throw a whole purse. Why would you do that? Oh my God. Oh my God. A gun? Sure, why not? Shotgun. What the fuck? Oh, there you go. Spa. What was all the lick again? What is with all of the licking? The fucking licking. Oh God, I'll never understand these videos sometimes, chat. Yeah, I know that was incredibly short for sure. Oh my God. I think we got about 35 seconds? Yeah, 35 seconds until ad Yep, ad is inbound. I know. I'm watching it as well. Hang on. There we go. Just in case you're not able to redeem the ad break, I got you covered. Five, four, three, two, one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chat, we'll be right back after these messages. Don't go away.
Check out the bling. Fruits! Rip their heads off and suck their guts out!
Zazu condoms. Fun, sexy, safe.
新しい時代のお米無洗米ついに登場。米ぬかがない。だから研がずに炊ける。お米本来の美味しさを初めて実現。だから簡単。便利。美味しい。どうですか、親方。お米の常識を変えた無洗米。
研がなくてもいいの。
無洗米はキューティーちゃんマークが目印。JFC。
Thank you very much. Whoops, there we go. Thank you very much. Excuse me, sir, have you got a ticket?
You what? Oh, how much to get in then, mate?
It's £2, just down at the ticket office.
Is that £2 a fish or all you can eat?
No, you can't eat these, sir. They're endangered species.
Too right they are, mate. I'll have that big fat one away for a start.
Right, come on, out.
Oh, easy, Squire. Mind the coat.
Leave it. When you're peckish, pick up a penguin.
お湯をかけるだけでトロトロのシチューがカップでできる。
魔法みたい。カップのシチューができました。ハウスカップシチュー新発売。
At home base, you could breathe new life into your kitchen with a third off selected wall and floor tiles. Or, for a complete change, with half-price kitchen units. Now with up to an extra 30% off as well. We'll even give you a free integrated dishwasher. You can make anywhere a home for less. Just at home base.
Chip here, new Cookie Crisp cereal there. But not for long. They look like chocolate chip cookies, taste like them too, but it's a breakfast cereal! Yes, I'm coming for delicious Cookie Crisp! Oh, just missed that Cookie Crisp! The new chocolate chip cookie cereal. Cookie Crisp! Next time it's mine!
Because you have all the grace.
Welcome back from the ad breaks, chat. Okay, Kibo ads. Universal Orlando Resorts, Taco Bell Crispy Chicken Nuggets, Floor and Decor, Celsius Energy, Eroxon, Final Destination, Bloodlines, Mission Impossible, Apple gift cards, and Cash App. Lovely. Target, okay, Raid Target Ideas, Hayden, Also meant J1. Yeah, no, I kind of figured as much. Hayden J1 or Shia Bun. You know what? I'm familiar with Shia Bun, but I haven't rated it out to him yet. So let's see if we can. I need to make sure I get his username right, just to be sure. Yeah. Okay. No, that's right. There we go. And then here's your raid message in the chat. Make sure to copy and paste it if need be. Oh, Kibo posted it as well. But it's all good. It's all good. Thanks for streaming. Tracks, it's no problem at all, man. I'm just happy to be able to do it. You know, I'm just happy to be able to, just have a good time. Kick back, watch some videos. Thanks for the stream shop. No problem, Kibo. Again, I'm just seriously, I do apologize that this week, hard to believe you got double rated. Yeah, I had no idea that was going to happen today. But, yeah, I apologize. This week, I'm going to be a little busy because I got a job interview on Monday. Then I have to come into work Tuesday. And then I think my first shift is going to be that Saturday as well. So today and Wednesday are probably going to be the only 2 days out of this week I'm going to be able to stream. And then we'll just have to see what happens. So thank you, everybody, so much for watching. I will see you guys again on Wednesday. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.